Well, hello, and welcome to singles quarterfinals day here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury. Always an exciting day at the tournament. We've had some big names here in years previously. Viktoria Golubic won last season, and in 2022, Wimbledon champion Marketa Vondrousova lifted the trophy. So that's the kind of level you're going to see here today. We've got several current and former top 100 players in the house. We've got a host of talent on the rise. So I hope you're ready to show them your full support today. 4 singles matches, all 4 quarterfinals coming your way today on the Demos People Arena, and we're ready to kick off the day. So ahead of this first match, would you please welcome our officials to court? And they've been working so hard all week. Please also welcome our ball crew for this match. First up, she reached the 3rd round of Roland Garros this season and achieved her career-high ranking of world number 96 in August. From France, please welcome our number 4 seed, Chloe Paquet. And she's a former world number 38 with 4 WTA singles titles to her name. From Guernsey in Great Britain, please show your appreciation for Heather Watson. I'll now leave you with our chair umpire for this first match. That is Katerina Inozemtseva. Thank you.
Well, hello, good morning, happy Friday. We are back with live coverage of the W100 Shrewsbury for quarter-finals day. Now the stakes have increased today as 4 semi-final spots, along with more prize money and almost double the ranking points are up for grabs. 3 British hopefuls remain. Heather Watson coming up very, very shortly. She faces 4th seed Chloe Paquet. A little later on, 17-year-old Mimi Zhu takes on Brighton's Sonné Cartel, presumably a first of many, many meetings to come ahead in their careers. To start off the day then, 2 players that really need no introductions. Chloe Paquet, 30 years of age, turned pro back in 2010. means that she's been on the tour for 14 years now, both she and her opponent not lacking in experience. Currently ranked just below the 100 mark at 105, has been ranked inside that top 100. It's been a year of firsts for the Frenchwoman, reaching her first Grand Slam third round at Roland Garros just a few months ago. That contributed to her maiden appearance, as I said, in the world's top 100, a magnificent achievement for her. And as for Heather Watson, gradually making her way back towards her peak ranking of 38. She's currently just outside the 150 mark on the WTA rankings. Yet to drop a set this week. Straight sets wins over Olympic semi-finalist Anna Karolina Schmiedlova. And yesterday, getting the better of qualifier Beth Gray. She's off the back of a short stint in Asia, playing the WTA events at the Korea Open and China Open. She made the second round in Seoul. So she's seeing some good form at the moment. Now it's myself, Alex Hyman, with you for this match alongside Abigail Johnson. You've rushed up from court, having introduced the players onto court very, very well indeed, so well done for that.
Thank you. I could sense you giving me a bit of time to get my breath back there, Alex. But yeah, much appreciated. Good first match of the day here. Two really experienced players who have faced each other before. I think that adds an interesting element to this one because their only previous meeting was only a couple of years ago. And it was Paquet who got that in straight sets. So I just wonder if
ladies and gentlemen, this
adds
quarterfinal
a
match
little
will
to
play
this.
in a best of 3 tiebreak sets. Chloe Paquet to the right of the chair won the toss and elected to serve.
That's Katerina Anazarseva in the chair for this first of the 4 quarterfinals. Yeah, Paquet finally getting her moment on center stage. She's been working away on the outside courts throughout this week, and for Watson there's a little bit more rhythm. I think she's been first match of the day every day that she's played out here on the main court, so there might be a comfort level there for Watson, particularly since she navigated some tight moments, as you were saying, against Beth Gray yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's another benefit of playing in your home country. You might slightly get the better advantage on a scheduling front, but great to see Chloe Paquet on center stage. She's someone who, just like Watson, is a big name. She's been a top 100 player, is having probably one of the best years in her career. Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to
30 seconds.
With you, Alex. The dynamic has changed so much. We do have the younger stars coming through again, but over the past 10 years, I mean, what Serena Williams did for the women's game in terms of showing that longevity, not just hanging around until her 30s, but producing in her 30s. We've got 2 players on court at that stage, and both producing really encouraging tennis. And for Paquet, it has been the season of her career so far. So she'll have expectations for herself out here. She's shown she can produce in these conditions, and she's the higher ranked of the 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Heather Watson looking to try and go one better again in Shrewsbury. Of course, having almost, over a decade, wasn't it, since playing last in Shrewsbury. And she'll have to overcome the 4th seed to do it. So Watson up against Paquet for a place in Saturday's semi-final.
First set, Chloe Paquet to serve. Ready? Play. Love 15. Fifteen all. Out. 30-15.
Did drop a set, Chloe Peke, in her most recent match, but she was up against Nadia Shunkut, who played her way into some form, having come through qualifying. Definitely a step up in caliber today, and a fuller offering of game style from Heather Watson, who's proven herself from the back of the court this week, but as a really accomplished doubles player right now is so good with her transition game and getting herself up at the net. She's going to offer a lot of questions here on Demos People Arena.
Down the line already working. It's a shot that early on in her career was her favorite, and actually it's now turned to the forehand, but you can see that she loves hitting both down the line.
How good a sign is that for you, that you used to have one favorite wing and it's actually shifted? Doesn't mean that the other wing has dropped off. It means that you're strong on both sides. That's really sweet from Peke, because Watson had anticipated the direction of that forehand. It was just hit with such an angle, and it was a way to go.
Leave it, leave it. Advantage, Peke. Out, game Peke. First game.
It's a great first hold for Chloe Peke. I was checking the stats, Alex, on their only previous meeting at that WCA 125 event, step up from this in 2022. Those first serve numbers made such a difference. Watson landing first serves below the 50% mark, so that's really precarious, and it resulted in 10 double faults in what was a 6-4, 6-2 scoreline. So she was really feeling the pressure on that second serve because of her lack of a first delivery. So Paquet's come through nicely at the back end of that game. She has to respond in kind here.
Love 15.
Yeah, Paquet's for sure got the height advantage, so for her, the serve is going to be a key weapon, but for Watson, she just needs to try and keep up with Paquet on that front.
Out.
Do you think her first round, Watson against Anna Karolina Schmiedlova, was good enough preparation for this? And Schmiedlova was hitting decently off both wings.
Yeah, I mean, it was just such a dominant performance. 1-1, wasn't it, in the end?
Out.
I do think that while it might not have been as tough a test as she thought, for her confidence it was huge. And then she did actually get, maybe more surprisingly, a tougher test against Beth Gray, who was a qualifier coming into this week. So actually I think the opening round and the second round played out quite nicely for Watson.
Yeah, it's fractional.
15-14.
While she was down on that head-to-head against Schmiedlova, she had played her several times. So I think maybe a little more of an idea of what her game plan was going in that kept her focused from the offset. She's already in a tricky scoreboard situation here, just a second meeting with Paquet.
(30-14). Deuce. Advantage Paquet. Out. Game Paquet.
understandable frustration because 9.9 times out of 10 in this
Paquet
week
leads
so far,
by
she's
2
making that
games to
shot.
love.
And it just indicates that maybe this particular match and matchup is a little more lodged in her mind than the previous two were.
It does seem like a level up. Sorry, Abigail.
No, no, not at all. I know you watched her whole match with Beth Gray, and I didn't. I was occupied elsewhere on that occasion, and I don't know if you saw so much of that from Watson. Certainly we saw none of it in the first round. Gorgeous.
50 love.
Yeah, I certainly think that against Gray, you know, Gray's someone that likes to sit back and really had to tell herself to step up against Watson, otherwise she was going to really have a difficult match. And she did that well, but Paquet is someone who does that so naturally.
Out.
And I think as a result of how well Paquet does that, I think that might be the reason why Watson's early on here maybe missed a couple of shots that she wouldn't have missed against Gray.
Out. 40 love. Out.
I don't know. As frustrated as she is, Watson, she's just not going to get anything out of it. It's not a great sign that she's this frustrated this early. It's surprising, Alex, with how good she's been in the week so far.
It is really surprising. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah, what the reasons are. There must be something that she's feeling pressurized by.
She's saying the pace of her shot was such that it should have been a call that was seeable. But my concern is that, I mean, I actually didn't know Alex personally, but I mean, she'd already kind of slammed the ball back fence to love, so she's not seeing things the most clearly. Also, Paquet is generating more pace than Gray was yesterday, so it already looks like she's a step slow. I mean, that said, I think it is going to get under her skin, and maybe it contributed if she already felt like she'd had some bad calls and was broken for 2 love early. That is going to rattle her, so maybe that actually played into that reaction on the flip side. A few unknowns out there.
Yeah, I think it's probably a combination of things. The feeling of feeling a little bit more under the cosh from the incoming ball of Paquet, just rushing Watson. I think going into this, she would have emphasized the importance of a really good start, and now that's gone away from her. That's frustrating.
Yes, she's much loved here, Heather Watson. Whenever she plays in the UK, the crowd are going to get right behind her, and that'll help. It's still very early days in this match.
30 love.
Ah, the string went up. Well, she'll take it off.
It's incredible the fact that you can hit a winner off a broken string. Don't see that too often.
And that's the depth of the sport, right? There's more than one way to finish the point off. And she's got the tools, Watson, to use that width of the court, even without a broken string. Yeah, you fully expected her to make that. She's not let
40-15.
really any winning opportunities go, Packer, in this set so far. When she's missed either net or long, Watson's been keeping the pressure on in the exchange.
Again, Watson.
Yeah, just opened up the court so well. And I thought she could have etched forward on the previous shot. She did so much damage, but then had the presence of mind to be there for the next one and hit the drop shot to perfection.
Yeah, tremendous control there from Watson. That's massive, that game at the beginning of this one, just to settle her into this match. She's been agitated early, but it is early. So this can all turn around pretty quickly. Paquet's got to keep up that first serve percentage.
Out. Love 15. Out.
I think this is a little bit of crossover from the back end of the previous game, and Watson really amped up her depth of shot and the sustenance of those ground strokes at the baseline. So it's almost like Paquet's trying to do a bit more, a bit earlier than she was doing previously.
Out.
This is now more unusual for Paquet. She's a player that performs really well on clay courts. Surface of her best Grand Slam results so far this year. And that requires a level of maintenance that has evaporated here for the time being.
Again, Watson.
Back in business.
Paquet leads by 3 games to 2.
So back on serve here on the main stage on Demos People Arena, quarter-finals day in the singles at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury. And that was just Heather motioning to her mum, Michelle, who she's referred to as the ultimate tennis fan, travels with her when she can. I think she was maybe just offering her something from the side of the court, so stood up from the coach's seat just a moment there. Still fairly intense, Watson, but she's going to feel a lot better about things after those last 2 games. Really took it in stride.
Time.
Yeah, I think Watson just needs to make sure she's getting the first strike in. This court, these conditions, they reward the players who are able to get the first strike in the rally. Puts them up and at an advantage, and if you're a player like Watson who volleys so well, you can follow it up nicely. So yeah, it will be interesting to see if she can start to implement that a little bit more than she has done so far and take that first strike away from Paquet.
$50 left.
Just look how well she cut off the angle with a beautiful backhand.
This is a zinger.
30 left.
I'm slightly surprised at Paquet's outstretched arms. That did look like it caught the edge of the sideline. Bullet.
Let first serve.
Yeah, Paquet on this occasion getting that first strike in.
30,
this
50.
time on the forehand.
Yeah, she might have a level of confidence on her forehand side, Watson, but it feels like the more likely wing to break down in this match. She's held up very well on the backhand so far.
Yeah, it tends to be that players have a more stable
40,
side, but
50.
the one they sometimes prefer tends to break down a little bit more, but it also hits more winners. So I think that is certainly the case for Watson. Yeah, Heather Watson not letting up on the baseline and is able to find the damaging forehand that we were just speaking about, that we know she has on offer. And she's up back level, Abigail.
Yeah, half a step quicker now, Watson. That's 3 games in a row.
15 love.
Well, it's a game changer. Her first serve numbers are still imperious, Paquet. She's landed 82%, only missing 3.
Out.
And now won 11 out of those 16 first serve points.
14 love.
And that's massive on the French side of the court. Coming down from her 5'11" height. It's an automatic weapon. And that just underlines that point. It's a second serve, and it's inch perfect on the return from Watson. Throughout the week, she's been stepping up to try and impose herself from the off. And she did that incredibly well against Schmiedlova, which was a horrible opener on paper because she was down on the head-to-head. Schmiedlova recently made the semi-finals of the Olympics. Watson was all over it on the second serve return.
Full 230.
Yeah, and you feel that that double fault comes as a result of the pressure from the previous return. That's sublime. It's the forehand down the line again that does the damage. And she's clawed her way back into this game and could end up being a pretty pivotal game in this first set.
Advantage Paquet. Game Paquet.
Yeah, and Watson unable to
New balls, please.
find another
Paquet
strong
leads
return
by 4
off
games
the
to
second
3.
serve. And Paquet able to get back out in front after a few consecutive games won on the bounce from Watson. Paquet back in front at 4-3.
Yeah, I thought that one was a pretty smart second serve from Paquet. A bit more movement on it that made the connections up for Watson. And there we see Stéphane Charette, the current coach of Chloé Paquet here.
Just trying to get the attention.
She's not looking at him, she's looking straight ahead. Now this is tough, because if he yells, she's not going to hear it, not in this ambience. But yeah, look, Paquet's she's been playing a lot abroad. She was here in the UK earlier this year. She made the second round of Wimbledon qualifying, but she's not so much in this country, so I've not seen so much of her as Watson. But with her height, you see this a lot with power players. I think Yelena Ostapenko used to be similar. There's a temptation to always just go after that serve, and then it pays sometimes on the second serve in particular to do a little bit more with it to make life difficult, and she did at the back end of that game.
out.
Yeah, I was just looking at the percentages for the year on the serve from
15
Paquet,
love.
and she's at 63% of service games won. First serve points won at 61%. And that's actually just below Watson's. However, I'll make a point about that in a second. I do feel that that's exactly what we're talking about here, is Paquet has so much more effect on her serve that she doesn't actually have to make as many first serves because she wins more. Whereas Watson doesn't quite have the same damage from the first delivery. Just wrong footing her.
Yeah. And that
30-15.
was actually something that Schmiedlova struggled to do in the first round because the ball was coming back so quickly, so promptly, with so much proactivity from Watson. She didn't actually utilize that option to unbalance her.
Yeah, she's found it.
30.
Delightful forehand pass on the run.
I mean, this is some effort to get across and have a decent play on the ball, let alone find the mark that she did. Long stride helps on that occasion.
It's a really good delivery at 30 all. She might not have the pace,
40-30.
but she had the accuracy on that one. So good. Again, using the back behind to
4 games over.
sort of upset the movement of Paquet and following it in just so nicely.
She really is a different player since 3-love down, Watson. It doesn't matter that Paquet held that previous game. That was taken off the Watson racket a little bit. She's upped her level now, that's for sure.
She's started to calm herself down a little bit. That's definitely something to note. And there was, I think, a reason why she was 3-love down, because she was getting frustrated. She's really sorted that out now. Yeah, no let up. Using the forehand to full effect. Beautiful footwork on this one here, just getting around it. And
love 15.
yeah, the angle on this to finish was delightful.
Yeah, this is case in point. She doesn't need a broken string because she can really whip out the back of that ball and isn't intimidated by being drawn into no man's land.
All. Third C 15.
Awesome delivery.
Out.
Yeah, I do really think there's a sense of both players just trying to get themselves out in front in terms of momentum. They've both had ebbs and flows. Free love at the start of this, remember, for Paquet. Yeah, opting for the forehand, run around it once again.
40-30.
It's really smart from Watson because as well as Paquet is doing to get length on her shots from deep, she is deep with her positioning. So Watson noting that with the placement and the direction of that ball to finish things off. You can only hang in there so long if you're not wrapping up proceedings.
Out game Paquet.
Yeah, some good deliveries in that game to get Paquet through
Paquet
a
leads
tough
by
hole.
5-4.
She does eventually come through it. Paquet out in front once again at 5-4.
Time.
All right, the first time since she was broken right at the beginning of the set, Watson, that the scoreboard is really on her, despite being on serve. A game away from dropping this opener.
$50 love.
Yeah, the first point once again allowing
30 love.
Watson to get up in this game, and just makes it that much harder for her opponent to get back in it, and now 30 love up. Looking good to level things up.
Out.
Yeah, nice slice, faded away from Paquet, meaning that she had
40
to
love.
really get up the back of that if she had any chance of getting that forehand in.
Game Watson.
What a great hold. As you said, the pressure was on. It was the first time since the beginning of the set that she had real pressure on her.
Yeah, really smooth. And I really rate what Heather Watson's done over the last couple of years. Someone of her stature, former world number 38 Wimbledon champion, mixed doubles alongside Henri Continental in 2016. They might lean away from playing some of these ITF World Tennis Tour events with how regularly she's played at WTA level the past decade. But she's put herself out there at ITF events in the UK at a slightly lower level the last few seasons. She played the W35 in Glasgow 2022, a couple of times the W75 there, and this season, actually, her only singles title was at the W50 in Nottingham. Also made a final indoors beginning of the year in Roehampton, lost only to Lulu Sun, she of Wimbledon quarter-final fame. And I think just putting herself under that spotlight where she goes in with so much more experience than other players and there's a lot of expectation. There's a bit of kind of being able to shoulder the spotlight that comes in the UK on a stage like this. I mean, she might be the lower ranked player, but there will be expectations there for sure.
Yeah, and I think she has been, she's done that very well, to be realistic about where she's at. You know, she started off in her career so well, and then had those sort of ranking drops in around 2020, and the last couple of years have just been about rebuilding that. And she wants to get back at the very top of the game. She wants to get back in the top 50. And I do think that, you know, she knows that. I think that's why it contributed to her frustration at the start of this set, because she knows she needs to be getting through these matches if she wants to be able to crack that top 50 again. These are the sorts of matches she needs to be able to come through.
Love that positioning from Watson, because Paquet's played a good game here, taking the ball early, using the first strike.
40-30.
Watson stubbornly holding her position at the baseline to just take that bit of time away, go toe-to-toe, and minimize the court as a result.
Out. Game Paquet.
That's a shame, because the return was an extremely impressive block from Watson, but Paquet remains in front.
Paquet leads by 6 games to 5.
Good mental signs for Chloe Paquet there, because Watson, of her own doing, was inching her way back into the game. So to be able to stand strong under scrutiny like that is a big boost for the French woman at the business end of this set. She's had some highlights this year, Paquet, but she's not had her greatest form just in the lead-up to this event. She lost in the second round in Slovakia last week, first round in Croatia at a previous tournament. It's been, since she peaked in the rankings just a couple of months ago, she's dropped off slightly, and sometimes that comes with result, Alex. She made her first WTA semi-final of the season in July, and when you've suddenly punched above like that and had that big encouragement, your internal expectations can be altered. She did go on a bit of a losing streak straight after that run. There was a pool of 7 successive losses.
Led for serve. Left for serve.
Yeah, I like that pattern of play. The serve down the tee, making Paquet stretch out, and the back behind, what we've seen work so well, continuing to pay off.
Love.
Such a shame, because she got herself in that attacking position in that part of the court, and if that had gone over, you backed her to win that point.
Yeah, she's using the service boxes progressively better and better, Watson, for those sharper angles. She's just got to lock into the focus on the process, because she's going about things in a really positive way. There'll be the occasional miss.
Oh, superb. Heather Watson. Feel like we haven't seen that backhand down the line for a few games now, but it's certainly back on that point.
40-15.
And the effectiveness is how she's sprinkling different plays into proceedings now. So confident switching direction on that two-handed side. It's that element of unpredictability now as well.
Ball, please. Ball, ball. Thank you.
Game Watson.
Yeah, and Heather Watson, again, with a fairly comfortable hold, mixing things up very well indeed, and she's into another tiebreak here.
A copycat set, 3 straight games each, and then keeping nicely on track heading into a tiebreak. That's what these things were invented for. Something's got to make the difference.
She won the first set tiebreak yesterday, did Watson against Beth Gray. Stunning.
Watson.
Watson's just been upping the ante of the two in the neutral baseline exchanges. It feels like she has more options to win the point at this moment in the match. And it's big to get that early mini break, because Paquet still has that weapon of the serve that she will hope will keep her in touching distance in this tighter scoring format.
Watson. 2-1. Watson.
Again, she's looking after the first serves really well, and I was just about to mention how if that's working, then everything else seems to be working. It sort of gives her a nice platform to go off in the rally. So I was surprised there that she missed that sort of easier mid-court forehand.
I think potentially just telling of the stage of the match. Wouldn't have seen it a couple of games ago. Stakes are rising here, and Chloe Paquet stepping up to them.
Out. 3-2.
Yeah, Watson guessing the right way on the previous forehand, and maybe Paquet just giving away her advantage here, because after that missed forehand the previous point, she could have started to take advantage of this tiebreak. But Watson, 3-2 up. Relentless Heather Watson, how she was able to maintain that pressure on Paquet time after time, being asked the question by the Frenchwoman, but continuing to impress.
Oh yeah, that was point of the match, and what a moment for it. And credit to Watson's sheer focus. There was a borderline ball from Paquet midway through that rally, and she'd structured it really well, Watson, threading in the slice and mixing up the shape and direction of her ground strokes. As much as it extended, you felt like she had a touch more control, and the fact that she maintained it to the end, brilliant. That really swings this in her direction, particularly if she can keep a hold of this next service point. Not just the best rally of the match, Alex, I think also the longest by some distance.
Definitely, you can tell both players are locked in right now. Paquet not too often defending in this set, but she was happy to do what she needed to do to try and stick in that rally. But Watson with the advantage.
Five-two. Watson.
Yeah, again, finding a big serve down the tee. She extends the lead.
And we mentioned right at the start, based on their previous meeting 2 years ago, how massive that percentage was going to be. It was down below 50% for Watson when they faced off in Vancouver. And now it's, as she's served second in this set, it's consistently kept her in contention.
Just the volleying is paying off, because she's done that a few times now in this first set, and just the way she's able to cut it dead, just superb.
Exquisite from Watson. It's another phenomenally built point, and you can rewind again to that point for 4-2. Both players can sense the shift towards Watson from the back of the court. It has been on full display in this tiebreak.
Set points. for Heather Watson.
6-3. Watson.
They were so impressed, they didn't allow time for the call, the crowd.
Yeah, nicely judged. Didn't need to do too much there and kept calm.
He had a second serve to look at. Paquet took advantage of it. It's really key now for Watson to use these first two balls.
Yeah, sealed with another forehand winner. Heather Watson is one set away now from getting her own back against Chloe Paquet after losing their previous encounter a couple of years ago. That was impressive from Watson, wasn't it, from 3-love down?
Oh, it really was. She started slow and she was frustrated, but it's all about how you finish, and she gradually just found her footing at the back of the court, brought more and more options into play, and the first serve stayed where she needed it to be in order to lay the groundwork for that. I mean, Paquet was also serving strongly, but once those exchanges came into play, she just didn't have as many finishing options, and more often she was responding and not able to dictate play the way she would want to, the number 4 seed. So that's really good going from Watson. I'm also drawn, Alex, to the break point saved statistic, because when they last faced off, they both faced exactly the same number of break points, 9 each. Paquet saved 7 of 9. Watson only saved 4. So it's all about how you respond in those big moments. Watson's faced more break points in that set, and she saved 2 of the 3 that she faced. It was just the one slip right at the beginning of the set. Maybe Paquet peaked too early. Watson was uphill, and she's got herself a really nice foundation to build on now in the second set.
And how important do you think that sort of reset from Watson mentally was? Because we saw her getting frustrated in the opening few games. How important do you think that was?
I mean, look, she's so experienced, and she's been known among many qualities throughout her career for her fight. She's not going to stay down like 3 games into a match. She did very well to flick the switch, and actually when she started fighting back, she was still annoyed, but she was managing that emotion better. And that emotional management, that almost acceptance of the situation and how you're feeling, is the first step towards dealing with it.
Yeah, channeled it in the right way.
that second shot of the rally from Paquet is going to be really interesting at the beginning of the second set because of how well stabilized Watson became as the first set moved on. She's going to be going for some slimmer margins, you would think.
Yeah, you might be right. I do feel that Paquet might end up going down the route of, as you say, going for those slimmer margins. And it can go one or two ways. She can start making them or she can start missing them, and it could go Watson's way.
It's not a bad miss. I mean, it's ambitious to try and lob 5'10.5" Chloe Paquet, but at the same time, it shows the confidence level of Watson, and it's also another string to her bow, just flaunting it in front of the French woman, the layers of her game. Just asking her to be wary.
Yeah, moving play around nicely and getting an all-important first service game under the belt for Watson early doors in this second set.
Here and now, she looks like the Heather Watson of earlier this week. You can never call it too early because we've seen many momentum swings here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury, and Paquet, she can keep her head, has the initial weapon to stay in touch, but she is just struggling behind it now in terms of where she's going, what the game plan is, can she execute? The pressure's been applied by the level that the Brit has brought over the past half hour.
Oh my goodness, that was an absolute bullet.
And that's a real statement because actually right at the beginning of the match, Watson was a step slow to cover that forehand on the stretch, and she got caught out there a couple of times. Now it's venomous. Increase of sharpness from her in all areas.
Sublime. She's been faultless on that drop volley today, hasn't she? She hasn't missed one, and each one has been hit to perfection. That wasn't easy.
Yeah, security increasing by the minute for Heather Watson. I feel for Paquet. I mean, Watson looked surprised by her return winner because I think both players were surprised that the serve wasn't called out. But here we go. Momentum with Watson.
Yeah, so feeling like she's sort of getting on the wrong end of a few calls here.
I think because Watson reacted so quickly at the beginning of the match, they're so sensitive to this stuff. Both players were then aware of maybe there was a little drop in trust level, because Paquet actually made her first line call question pretty soon after that.
That's really tough. She'll feel hard done by there, but a lesson in playing to the cool, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal out there because there are so many factors, and just like the players are going to make winners and unforced errors, the umpires are not going to get it right every single time. As I will say, electronic line calling is the same deal. It's not 100% accurate. I'm just throwing it out there. I've seen some players done dirty by that system this season. I just think the timing of it was pretty horrible for Paquet, with there being such a shift towards Watson with back end of the first set, beginning of this second. There was so much riding with Watson already. She's found her footing in all areas of the court. The timing's on point, the vision is clear, and it was just another little percentage that drops the other side. That's a tough pill to swallow at this stage of the match. Nice.
Maybe a little bit of frustration being let out in that backhand, but why not? Because that was stunning.
You know, we spoke about Watson, emotional management. You can't click your fingers and get rid of that internal agitation, but how do you use it?
Get out of here.
I mean, stop it. Heather Watson. The great wall of Watson here. I mean, there's nowhere for Paquet to go. She's seen it. She's smiling already because she knows what's coming, Watson. Read it like a book.
So quick. Yeah, things not going Paquet's way right now. And yeah, I think that was an advantage for Watson, having had the sort of calls against her early on in this match. She had some time to recover. At this part of the match for Paquet, there's not much time for her to play with. Yeah, it's good depth. It's something we haven't seen quite as much as Watson's sort of upped her level after the first half of that first set.
I think she's more likely to do that, Paquet, just try and inch things closer to the baseline as opposed to drop in a slice or two, which is not so much her DNA as a player.
Yeah, I do feel that, unlike Watson, who maybe starts to mix it up a little bit more if things aren't going her way, Paquet is someone to go after her shots even more and even more. How about that for court coverage? So good from Watson yet again. The back behind doing the damage, and that half volley wasn't easy, was it?
Oh, she's seeing things so clearly, Watson. She was skipping up the court the moment the forehand approach left her racket. Not quite sure what that was from the umpire's chair, but Watson might not even have heard it. She's locked in right now.
Yeah, and that is the sort of risk she's willing to take now.
Oh, we said it from the Watson point of view at the beginning of the first set. Things can change so quickly. When you break right at the beginning of the set, it's a long way to go if you're not racing through games. So this has slowed down significantly with Juice coming into play.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Watson, having pretty much pulled off the shot of the week earlier on in the game, it isn't enough to close Paquet out just yet. She breaks back.
This is just Chloe Paquet reminding everyone of her caliber. She's ranked where she is for a reason at the moment, on number 4 seed, 105 in the world. It was only a couple of months ago that she was inside that top 100 for the first time in her career, peaking at number 96. And spoke a little bit earlier in the match about her recent record. She dropped off slightly coming into Shrewsbury. This is the first time that she's won back-to-back singles matches since she made that WTA 250 semi-final on the red clay of Iași, Romania. And I think it is at that 2-match mark where you just suddenly start to feel a little more comfortable and a little more self-confidence. You've been able to come through a couple of different matchups, been able to play your way into the conditions, and it's going to help you navigate challenges that bit better. She looked at sea, Paquet, a matter of minutes ago, but a reminder that she was a set down in her previous match against Nadia Shunk and was able to steady the ship. Nastasia Shunk, sorry, I should say.
They've had fairly different sort of career paths, both similar age, Paquet at 30, Watson at 32. But I actually think they've, in a way, been quite similar because Paquet's sort of been quite constant in her incline, but never really cracked the top 100, you know, since earlier on in July. Whereas Watson rose so quickly up the rankings when she first started, but then has had the struggles midway through her career. So in a way, brilliant serve. In a way, they've both had their fair share of struggles getting to the top, and now they're feels like they're at a similar stage.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Watson had a nice springboard at the beginning of her career with the confidence boost in juniors, winning the US Open title 15 years ago, 2009. So that gave her a bit of a trampoline. Paquet effectively didn't play juniors. Peaked at 897 in the rankings, so that's a non-commitment. There are different routes. And that's a different route to a hold of serve. Really good serving there from Paquet, and she's done so well to get her head back in the game here. Because honestly, at a set and 2 love, even into the beginning of that third game, it felt like it was falling apart. When did Watson hit the running backhand winner? Was that in the third game?
It was the game she lost, the one she eventually got broken on.
Yeah, it's almost like she peaked a little too early in that game.
Yeah, we often see players hit a sort of a screamer shot and then the next point is either a double or an unforced. They're still dwelling on how good that shot previously was. Blimey, it seemed like a fairly rushed decision to come to the net, but maybe she knew all about it before because dealt with that perfectly.
Yeah, it was a rush from Watson, but it rushed Paquet. It was caught off guard by that one, and this is great reach from Watson, airborne on the overhead.
God, that line has seen some unbelievable shots. I mean, both lines have.
Yeah, you can sense the conviction creeping back in for Chloe Paquet. And for what I will say, I mean, with 4 games into the second set, it's been a fairly long match so far, 1 hour and 20. So that's a long time of focus, of production, mentally, physically. Makes that serve for Watson all the more important because she has sustained a really impressive baseline level for the middle portion of this match. It's only natural that that would take a dip at some point. Oh, she's got it wrong. Wow, she thought she was breakpoint down there, did she?
I think if she was walking and just won that point, she must have thought it was game point.
Oh, sorry. This is my tired brain being all over the place. I thought she'd actually missed the forehand. No, okay.
I'm glad she corrected herself, though.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was quite a nice walk for having lost the game on serve.
Great conviction. Yeah, you just mentioned the drop in level. Couple of errors creeping in there to Watson's service game. It's a really, really clever shot, and I don't think she needs to be too frustrated there. It was a really good pass, it dipping at her feet. I mean, I understand this point in the game, this point in this set, it's tough.
Well, this point in the match as well, as a player, you get a bit of a sense of how things are playing out, even if you don't have exact stats. There have been 4 deuce games in this match. Chloe Paquet has won all of them, 4 of 4. So when these games lengthen and there's that back and forth nature, there's a little bit more time for her to get something out of the Watson game, find a chink in the armor, and she did that.
The redirection, just perfect. Urging herself on now because she senses how important this could be.
Yeah, gorgeous. Paquet tried to neutralize, but look at the difference in court positioning. Watson's basically stood on the baseline. Paquet again rallying from deep, and it did just have her at risk. She's turned this set around by stepping up to go after it a little more.
Yeah, I think she just got caught in 2 minds there. Seemed like quite a big shot for not actually stepping in on that return.
I mean, wow.
Boiling over.
This just underlines that reaction, how close it is out here. Momentum swings by the dozen now in this second set. And Paquet is going to get a warning for that throw of the racket.
Yeah, not surprising.
Hold of serve, but kind of feels like a break.
Yeah, it really felt like tensions were rising in that game. I think it always seems to be that the close line calls all stem in one match. When they do come, it's all in a row. And I think, yeah, the players just boiling over a little bit, and both sense just how important that game was going to be, and it's the first juice game that Watson has managed to win, as you said, so that seems like it might be key.
Yeah, potential tipping point, that is for sure. And as much as Paquet's understandably disappointed there, Watson, on the other hand, relieved, most probably, because there was something on the side of the French woman there, where a lot of things had been rolling against her recently. And now she's back to playing the scoreboard again.
Just looks so simple out on that far right corner. Ah, so good.
Oh, she's such a great returner, Watson. The holding did feel like the big battle. And she's done enough on the return in recent times to give herself the foundation of self-belief.
Yeah, just getting caught there. The redirection wasn't quite on, I don't think. Footwork not enabling her rather, to hit that. Yeah, 1-2 punch. That's the sort of tennis that Chloe Paquet can play. Just took the racket out of Watson's hands. I think it's a good call, personally.
Well, I left my glasses at home, Alex, so...
I mean, this is just as a result of previous calls. This call is fine for me. But yeah, it's just a matter of trust, like you mentioned before. Once the players lose it, rightly or wrongly, it tends to halt, you know, stick in their head for the rest of the match.
I also think it's slightly tougher for Paquet because she has to go tighter to the lines with the game style that she's implementing out here. All right, well, Watson broke the curse of the deuce games in the previous game. Big chance to keep building on that here with how much was riding on the previous game emotionally for both players. And that is a timely fourth ace. She's been playing catch-up in that department throughout the match, Paquet.
Yeah, and able to fight off some good returning from Watson in that game, and that felt like a very important hold, didn't it?
Yeah, with a fifth ace, I don't want to rob her of one. That was ace number 5 that sets up game point for Paquet, and yeah, this is leveled out.
Yeah, there it is again. The forehand followed up by the drop volley. That time, the volley made a little bit easier by the quality of the forehand.
Yeah, reminiscent of her real winning portion of this match, Watson, when everything was flowing so methodically. We've seen some inch-perfect precision from Watson out here, and although she's not landing as many first serves in either of the sets, she's making more of that first serve.
Yeah, to me it just seems like she knows exactly what she's doing out there now, where at the beginning of the match didn't quite understand what she was looking to do, whereas now it seems so clear. Yeah, it's another ace down the tee from Heather Watson. And she continues to keep herself in the lead in this second set. fascinating exchange that was. Watson just showcasing all she has to offer on a court. Drop shot, lob.
Oh, that is such a tone setter on the first point of the game, having rallied through some close encounters of late, Watson. And now as the finish line just draws into view, her nose is out in front, even if she's not up a break at present.
Yeah, finding a really good angle there, because she didn't get much angle to play with. Just so impressive how she's able to generate that through the backhand.
I think there's a real boost here for Watson that she was able to navigate the tight back end of that first set, channel things when she needed to.
Another tight one.
And it's another tight moment, and I think that comes naturally more into play at this position in a lengthy match, an hour and 40 on the clock now. Two huge break points.
Yeah, the blocked return has been as solid as ever, and it proves enough to break the deadlock in this second set, and she'll come back out and serve for it.
It's not a done deal. We've seen twists and turns, but she's worked for this, Heather Watson. She has the groundwork. It's just about keeping up that first serve percentage now, and if she does, Bar Paquet really stepping up and ripping through the ball, it should be done here. Let's see.
Yeah, has made the adjustments on that shot so well, because we've seen her miss a couple of those mid-court higher forehands, but now she knows she needs to knuckle down, and that was perfect.
Yeah, that first point, it made all the difference in the previous game. I think even more so here with that level of quality.
Yeah, making huge strides towards the finish line. No let up from Watson in these couple of points to start off this service game. Just a couple of points away now. miss its mark. And after an hour and 42 minutes, Watson with 3 match points. Yeah, and that'll do it. Heather Watson books her place in the semi-final.
What a contest to start the day. Please keep the applause going for Chloe Paquet and your winner, Heather Watson!
Of the season for Heather Watson. A huge favourite whenever she plays on home soil.
Such a great battle. And it couldn't happen without 2 competitors. So one more show of appreciation, please, for our number 4 seed here in Shrewsbury. That's Chloe Paquet.
Another round here in Shrewsbury. She'll be back on Saturday. For Chloe Paquet, it's goodbye from Shrewsbury. The 4th seed
3 more
did
singles
well
quarterfinals still to come.
First round
but
in 3
first,
sets.
we get to have a chat with Heather Watson. Back in Shrewsbury,
Unable
Heather,
to
I'm
get
told
through
for the
Watson.
first time, I don't know if you know this, in 11 years, you look pretty well at home. You had lost to Chloe previously. What made the difference today?
I thought you were going to say I look pretty young, but...
You do.
Firstly, thank you everyone for coming out today and making it such a great atmosphere. It's so good to be back here in Shrewsbury. I absolutely love playing on home turf. And yeah, such a tough match today. Chloe's a good friend of mine and we practice together a lot and we get on really well, so it's always tough to play a friend. But I knew it'd be a battle, so I had to play some really good tennis and dig deep. And here's to more days in Shrewsbury.
Yes, indeed. Well, you mentioned loving playing in the UK. It was only a couple of years ago you made your run to the 4th round of Wimbledon singles, Wimbledon champion, mixed doubles, your only singles title to date this year in the UK. What is it that you love so much about playing in this country?
I mean, there's no place like home. Wherever I go in the UK, I feel like it's home. So I'm really glad I could come back here to Shrewsbury. And yeah, just enjoying the good vibes and and I really feel like in this stage of my career I'm playing some of my best tennis, so it's really nice to be out here on court and just really enjoying it, probably more than I ever have.
We saw that on display today. We loved it too. Now, in your 3 matches, you've started the day on Demos People Arena, so that leaves you with the rest of your day to enjoy Shrewsbury. What have you been doing with your days this week?
Well, Jane was putting me on the schedule first every day when I played Nottingham a few months ago. So she's kind of kept it rolling for me, which I'm really enjoying starting the day here. And in the afternoon, every day, me and my mum have gone into Shrewsbury town and stopped off at Ginger & Co. coffee after lunch.
Good shout out.
And yeah, it's just such a gorgeous town. I love the history and yeah, it's really, really good to be back.
Well, you get to enjoy it a little longer and we get to enjoy watching you into the semi-finals at the W100 Shrewsbury. It's Heather Watson.
Thank you.
1 match down, 4 still to come your way. Here on the Demos People Arena, feel free to grab food and drinks, and in just a few minutes' time, it'll be the next match between Simona Voltert of Switzerland and Daria Snigo of Ukraine.
The first player through to Saturday's semi-final lineup, who will be joining her. Next up, very, very soon, it's Simona Voltert taking on 6th seed Daria Snigo. Alex Hyman here have been really enjoying my week in Shrewsbury, and myself and Abigail Johnson will be back with you for that 2nd quarter-final.
Oh, what a start to quarterfinals day here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury, and we still have so much to look forward to. 3 more singles matches coming your way. Ahead of the next one, would you please welcome back to court our on-court officials for this encounter. And please also welcome our ball crew for this match. And now for the players. First up, she's the winner of 6 pro singles titles and into her 2nd straight quarterfinal at the W100 Shrewsbury. From Switzerland, please show your appreciation for Simona Woltert. And she beats former world #1 Simona Halep on her Grand Slam debut in 2022. From Ukraine, please welcome our #6 seed, Darius Nigur. I'll now leave you with our chair umpire for this match. That's Ben Anderson.
World number 215, and this is where the steps required to get up to that next level become that bit bigger. But the margins are so fine, the talent is so present, and Darius Nigur knows all about it because she's been such a stable presence in that top 200 over the past couple of years. Mentioned in her on-court introduction that stunning win over Simona Halep at the 2022 US Open. Halep, the world number 7 at the time. Snego, a qualifier in her maiden Grand Slam main draw. And it just showed the transferability of her skills. She'd already produced at a W100 in the UK that year. She made the quarterfinals on the grass courts of the LTA Trophy. And it was one of those runs that just underlines how fine the margins are between these players, and what's something the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury has always done so well is make these players feel special, because they are incredible talents and they deserve this kind of stage. She was impressive yesterday, Daria Snego. Saw off the woman that got the better of Simona Volta in this round last year. That was 2023 finalist Marnie Banks. And that was a tight, straight setup in the favor of the woman from Ukraine. Really tightened the screws at the back end of both sets. Simona Volta, meanwhile, has been working her way through slightly under the radar, but she made the big splash of the first round, got the victory over our top seed, Nuria Parrizas-Diaz. So Ben Anderson in the chair for this second of the 4 quarterfinals. Still to come, the all-British tie between Sonia Cartel and Mimi Xu. That was fascinating. And then to round out the day of singles action, Oksana Selekmetova, the 21-year-old, to go head-to-head with our only 2-time former singles champion. That's Oceane Dodin, who's the highest seed left standing in Shrewsbury. And that is thanks to this woman, Volta, with great composure to see things through in round 1 against Parrizas-Diaz after dropping the middle set. Also rallied from a set down yesterday when she went up against her fellow big hitter, Emily Appleton. So she's certainly played her way into the tournament in contrasting fashion to Snego, who's won 4 sets out of 4 with victories over 2 British opponents in Ella McDonald's and the aforementioned Banks. Volta this week with her sights set on the biggest singles title of her career. Snego, a couple of W50 trophies to her name just this season. So these are 2 players with some level of confidence beneath them here in Shrewsbury. Only one can progress to the final 4 and take on Heather Watson for a spot in Sunday's Ultimate Showdown. Giving Alex Hyman a breather. It's a long quarterfinals day here at the Lexus W Shrewsbury, so Abigail Johnson with you to guide you through this opening set. Oh, what an angle. These 2 of the cleanest hitters in the tournament off both wings. Neither afraid to step up and strike down the line. it's telling of the early impacts of Simona Volta opening this clash with a blistering backhand winner, making her presence known as she did at the beginning of her quarter last year. She was the number 8 seed last season. Volta kicked things off in smooth fashion against Marnie Banks, actually led by a set and a break. Not anticipating seeing a lot of switch up in rhythm. Both players can absolutely leather the ball. It just makes it a little tougher reacting to switch up the flight, maybe slide in a slice. So early pressure applied with the proactivity of Simona Volta, particularly on that backhand side. And it is first strike to the Swiss. She's had a taste of the Demos People Arena already. Played her opening doubles match alongside Isabel Havelag on this court. They made the quarters. Obviously very different dynamic on the doubles court, but the standout was Volta's serve. Such a powerful dictator and really provided the foundation for the two of them, was unbroken in that encounter. Just a loss of the scoreboard here momentarily, so there's a 30-love advantage for Volta, looking to back up her early break of serve, the 23-year-old. She's doing so much damage with those first two strikes, almost a bit of damage to the courtside camera there as well from Sneagles. So stretched was she by that second ball. And that's the most convincing of consolidations. Very early on in the match, so it's a long time to sustain the level, but Simona Volta has burst from the blocks. Quite a nice preparatory match for her yesterday. Emily Appleton, much less experienced than Sneagler, but she can also shred the ball. The backhand's beauty, though, from the Ukrainian. It is such a compact take back. Clean connection. I mean, she can just sweep that ball off the court surface on the rise to devastating effect, snatches reaction time. So Daria Sneagler responding in kind, a swift love hold of her own. And with two players that love to go after proceedings from the first ball of any exchange, it might just be a question of execution today. And that early break might just count. Sneagler, though, with her head firmly in the game and herself firmly on the board. 2-1 with the break is Simona Volta. So secure with her footing, Simona Volta behind that second serve. One of the first that she's been asked to produce today. And 40 love here has landed 6 out of her 7 first serve attempts. And that inch-perfect precision is why that delivery is oh so key. for the 23-year-old. 100% of her first serve points won in these opening 2 service games, and Sneegor 0-4 behind her second serve. With 2 players who possess that immediately aggressive mindset, they're massive percentages. Yeah, it's a good option for Volta as she continues to strike true and clean to go in at the body of Sneegor. Just rob her of some time to adjust for that forehand. Oh, all right then, fast and furious stuff. And Sneegor with a little bit more whip on that forehand with some security on the stretch. Acute angle. And another blazing hold. 2-3 at this changeover. Since the first game, which was the only break, just the 1 point dropped on serve each for these two, and that underlines the importance of a quick start for the non-seeder to build on. A lot of appreciation for our ball crew. They've been doing great work all week here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury, making life a bit easier for the players on the starting runs of the ITF World Tennis Tour. You don't get a lot of that luxury. The Shrewsbury Club is a venue that really does it right, and Volta particularly has enjoyed that over the last couple of years. Flying the Swiss flag solo now is Volta, defending champion Victoria Golubic, not present this season. Won as the top seed in 2023, did the former Wimbledon quarter-finalist. It's a great scramble from Sneegor, made life very awkward for Volta in the forecourt. She'd rather finish things off at the back, the Swiss player, just mopping up a bit of moisture. first serve for Volta, and the serve itself is such a weapon that you can sense Sneago feeling like she has to put a little more on the return when she gets a real look at the ball. Better measured, because such are the margins these two are targeting that Volta is not going to land every single shot. Generated that angle from nothing, Volta. Baseline bread and butter for the 23-year-old former world number 107. That's a hold to 30 for the 4-2 lead. Should be a little disappointed, Sneago, because of the two players when that ball's bouncing in the service box. To her forehand side, she's just got a little bit more ability up the back of the ball to navigate that net. Volta can flatten out a lot, and it just means she has to do a touch more work. Interesting moments these. Sneago trailed by a break in each of her sets against Marnie Banks yesterday, but Volta has not offered the quick misses that Banks did in that position. And a lot of that is focal point for her aggression, going in deep at the body and making Daria Sneago feel rushed out here. That's a fairly emphatic double break advantage for Simona Volta. And she's flying through this opening set now with the pace of play. She'll serve for it at 5-2. So strongest fields this third edition of the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury to date in terms of depth of talent. so many accomplished top 200 players and even top 100 players touching down on this Demos People Arena. Simona Volta serving for the opening set. Oh, it's relentless, this initial delivery. She's got a double safety net here, Volta, and it's showing triple set point on serve. Well, she set a high bar there for aggressive execution. Simona Volta with the 6-2 opener, broke in the first game of that set and never looked back. So she's got 1 foot in the semi-finals here at the W100. And redeem that result this time around, Volta. So there's already a lot on the shoulders of Sneagle at the beginning of this second set with how key the opening game was in set 1. Just a little more opportunity there for Volta to find her footing on the forehand stretched with the second serve coming into play. Snego has the initial delivery to rush that wing. Positioning from Volta as she inserts a slice for pretty much the first time in this match from either player. She just dropped about a meter back behind the baseline, so she's got the additional half second to get the ball middle of the racket and give Snego that different look at the ball that's going to throw her rhythm. Smart serving from Snego, a little more off the hip. So again, Volta just robbed of time to get that clean connect. I mean, look at the damage the Swiss player is doing with an angle right now. So she starts as she needs to continue. Volta from double game point down that time around. It was 40-15 to Snego. Took advantage of a second serve and maintains the same mentality. So again, it's to script, because against Banks last season, she had the 6-2 set and she had an early break. Still a way to the finish line, and Snego demonstrated yesterday an impressive ability to keep her head in the game, even when on the surface at moments it looked like she was snapping slightly. Reined it back in for point-by-point focus. Really key game for Volta, though, to continue the run of momentum from that opening game. And still feel like she's in full control of the second quarter-final of the day. Heather Watson through and set to take on the victor of this clash. Pace of play is something else. This is such a contrast to the previous match where exchanges were lengthening into double digits between Watson and Chloe Paquet. Snego not only down on the scoreboard, but points are flying by. And particularly with that first serve, continuously biting into the sidelines. It's got to agitate a slight feeling of panic. It remains flawless for Simona Volter on serve. Initial service game delivered to love for the second set in a row. Only been under pressure the once when she saved break point at 2-1 in games in that first set. Now, I've actually got my facts wrong. She's not faced a break point, Volter, I was thinking. Doing quick maths to figure out how many points she's dropped. It's minimum. Oh, she nicked that. I think she has. Oh, that's the fine mark that's required from her at the moment to escape Volter. It's laser focus. And this is where things can start to write themselves differently to last year, because it's a double break chance. Pure accumulation of pressure, completely understandable. For the time being, Volter is having a day, and if her day is to continue on this vein of form, this game feels like a massive one. Good switch up in direction. She's just getting a little more out of Volter's forehand side. Snegur, as the 23-year-old, sometimes tries to shape it a little bit more. She's not quite getting the connection off the flat backhand. Well, it was a pretty magically measured lob, and it was a great response in the forecourt from Snegur. That was difficult, that high backhand swing volley. easily the longest game of the match so far now, and Volta has been easing through her service games, only dropped the 2 points total, and the only previous deuce games went back to deuce twice, capped at that. This is the 4th deuce of this potentially crucial game for Daria Snigo. There's furious stuff out here, and it is an absolutely monumental hold of serve for Daria Snigo, saving break points and coming through a back and forth deuce encounter, meaning that she has stalled a little momentum here. Volta was absolutely swimming with it, and the brakes have been temporarily applied. She might just build on those foundations. Snigo with the 1-2 holds, keeping it to the 1 break deficit in this second set. So I'm rejoined by Alex Hyman, who didn't have a lot of time to get his lunch, it should be said, when I told him to go and take this first set off, because Volta was a woman on a mission. It's not the first time, Alex, that she's put her towel to her face like this. She almost looks in a bit of pain. I don't know if she's just trying to keep her head in the game, but she has to keep her head in the game, because that, if she'd have broken there, I would probably be calling it a 2-in-love result. The fact that that went back and forth, and now it's in touching distance, this is such a question mark for her. If she doesn't hold here, the match can completely swing in the other direction.
Yeah, it seemed to me, just catching the end of that final game there, that if Volta had managed to get that, seemed like the match could have been done and dusted there. So how important that was for Daria Snigo, crucial to keep herself in with a chance.
Previous match, we saw how massive those first points were for Heather Watson at the back end of the match, when the first point on the return, then the first point on serve, and it was such a settler for her, a real starting block. To the nature of the previous game, could be the same here for Simona. I mean, I might jinx it here, but she's still only dropped 2 points on serve in the match.
It's an unbelievable stat, isn't it?
I think she might as well. She's doing so much damage with that initial delivery. no, I retract the previous comment. Never a safe time for a double fault, never. I mean, Sneago was down a break in both sets yesterday. Particularly looked like she might be polished off in the second. She's got this very subtle, effective ability to hang around when she's on the precipice. Oh. Minimal margin.
Yeah, it seems to me that Volta in this match has had the ability to really take the racket out of the hands of Sneago. Would I be right in saying that she's just been striking it so well and Sneago's a little bit stuck to know what to do out there?
It was the quick start for Volta because both of them wanted to implement a similar game plan, it seems, but it was Volta that broke immediately, and then she had the lead to play with. She won't know the exact stats on serve, but she'll have a good idea. And it's huge to have that to lean into when she just lost the nature of game that she did in the third game. Chances for a double break from there could be a good distance to the finish line. I mean, the anticipation, she should not have been offering the extra ball there. Credit to Sneago's focus.
Yeah, interesting that she ran around that forehand to opt for the backhand in the middle of the court. How often has she done that? She tend to do that quite a lot.
I mean, she's not been up the court enough to know whether she's doing that a lot on the approach, but she seems more secure with her backhand at the baseline, Sneago. So maybe that plays into it. I think both players have shown the forehand can break down when rushed. And Volta particularly when stretched on that side. However, she's packed so many of the early punches, it's not cost her to date.
I mean, it just seems to me that because of Sneago's game style, it's tough for her to really get too much angle with the way she hits the ball. It's quite flat, it's quite narrow down the court, and that makes it hard to stretch Volta. So it seems to me that's what's been playing out a little bit.
I mean, why change her winning strategy? She's going in quickly at the body time after time, Volta, and it is handcuffing Sneago to the point where, yet again, she's break point down. And that'll manage it. A bit more switch up from Volta, biding her time and ultimately barging through. It's a set and a double break in this year's W100 Shrewsbury quarter-final for the woman who lost at this stage last season. Volta 2 games away from pushing through into the semi-finals. not call it too early, Alex, but her response to that long juice game that went away from her has been high level.
Yeah, absolutely. That was an impressive final game just there from Walter. Yeah, it's good to see just on that final point, she's able to incorporate the slice on the defense and just give something different for Sneager to look at, because Walter, for the majority of the time, will want to implement those ground strokes where she's coming over the ball with topspin, but yes, we know she hits it fairly flat. But Sneager also hits it very, very flat indeed. So if Walter is able to incorporate that slice like she just did there in the previous game, just gives Sneager a tougher shot to look at.
So looking to make the double break count, Walter, and in the process, take herself one game away from the win.
What a change up there. Just, I mean, I wouldn't know how often she's done that in the match, but a drop shot to start off that rally, that's a really nice change up.
Yeah, it's only in this set that she started sprinkling in the shorter balls and the slices, and I think it's quite telling of her confidence level now in this match. Utterly imperious. Simona Walter sizzling on the Demos People Arena, and it is going to take something really special from Daria Snigo to turn this around after just 52 minutes played. That's been the nature of these points.
Yeah, she really does seem to be on fire. One game away now. Do you think some extra fight in Volta after having lost the two previous encounters have anything to do with it?
Well, it will have given her some intel. I feel like if you're a good level player, you can only lose to the same player so many times before you start to figure it out. But also conditions factor. And I believe this is the first time they've played on indoor hard courts, which just kind of takes the elements out of things a little. That's classy from Snigo. We have to roll our way back in this match to see the last time she held serve that easily, but clutch composure, and she has at least asked Simona Volta to do this on her own terms. After the sit-down, the last Swiss player standing will serve for a semi-final spot. Serving for the win, Simona Volta. And you're just not even surprised that she started like that.
No, it really has been her day on serve.
Double digits of aces.
Little fortunate. Maybe that's what she needs to try and find any way back into this match. Because right now it's a pretty dire situation for the 6th seed. Yeah, and she just looks a little tired out there now, does Daria Sniger, and that miss on the return. Simona Volta has backed herself a match point. Yeah, not surprising. She's opted for another slice. It's been working well in the last few games. Yeah, it was a slow ball to have to deal with, but on the return, Simona Volta putting away the forehand very nicely indeed. Yeah, punishing from the forehand of Sniger. Doesn't it just come through the court so quickly? The forehand of Sniger hasn't worked as well as she would have liked today, but signs of improvement. But is it too late? Yeah, again with the wide serve, she's really coming around the outside of the ball well to generate the angle from the delivery. Oh, Snigger just refusing to give this match away. As much as her body language doesn't look too up for this final game, potentially this final game, she's certainly playing like she wants to extend this match a little longer. So far, Volta unable to dictate on the match points, that being the difference in these closing stages. Can she put herself up to a good serve here to start things off in this rally? Third match point for the Swiss. She can indeed. Managed to find the first serve, and Simona Voltert goes one better.
What a performance in the second quarterfinal. Please keep the applause going.
She made the quarterfinal in 2023. And she's now into the semi-finals at the W100 Shrewsbury.
And one more time for our number 6 seed, Daria Snigo. We have loved having her here in Shrewsbury. Oh, thanks to her. Two more singles quarterfinals still to come. I'm going to talk to Simona very shortly when she's ready. It'll be Sonny Cartel and Mimi Xu, the all-British showdown next on Demos People Arena. So that match
trailing
coming up for
at 3-2, I should say, against Sniga. So slowly
and we're going to
getting back to winning ways. And she's now speaking to Abigail Johnson on court.
Oh my goodness, Simona. 11 aces. Going into that final game, you'd only dropped 4 points on serve in the match. What was the game plan, and how were you able to execute so well?
Yeah, thank you for the stats, first of all, because I was not counting at all. But I mean, I was feeling great. I mean, as you said, I served pretty well. I was feeling amazing. It was an absolute amazing match. It was great to play in front of all the people here. So thank you for cheering. It was a real pleasure.
Love the support here. Thank you, guys. You had a tough draw, Simona. You took out our top seed in the first round, so this isn't the first seeded player that you've beaten this week. We've got to ask, how did you feel when you saw that draw, and what were your expectations for the event?
I mean, I was actually kind of excited because it was my first tournament back on hardcourt, so I had a good practice week, so I really was looking forward to do the stuff I was practicing. It worked pretty well, so I started good in the tournament, and yeah, I just love to play here in Shrewsbury.
Yeah, we can tell. Second straight quarterfinal, and now into the semis. I saw you at the Thai restaurant in town last night, so I think we all want to know what you had for dinner so we can feel as good as you, and whether you always have the same meal during a tournament.
Well, no, I don't have always the same meal, because here there are too many good restaurants I want to try, you know. The first day I came here and I was like, oh my God, there's like an Italian, there's a Thai, there's a Japanese. I was like, I need to try them all out. But yeah, I was yesterday in a Thai. It was really good. I took some rice, obviously, and like this salmon panning, whatever. It was really good. So yeah, Giggling Squad is the place to be.
Giggling Squid gets a shout out. We need to get on the rice, it's the secret weapon. So into the semis here, Simona. For the first time you play Heather Watson. What are your thoughts on that match?
Cool, thank you. I didn't know that either. So no, it will be a great match for sure. I'm looking forward, and I will try to give my best, and then we see how it's going. But it will be fun for sure.
Looking forward to seeing you again. Well done today. Into the W100 Shrewsbury semis, it's Simona Voltert. Love the atmosphere, guys. Thank you very much. Next match on to court in a few minutes' time. Sonny Cartel up against Mimi Xu.
Oh, a great interview to finish things off there for Simona Volta. Clearly, the Thai restaurant in Shrewsbury is the place to go if you're playing an important tennis match the next day. Simply sublime performance from the unseeded Swiss. She's into her first semi-final in Shrewsbury. She'll be back tomorrow. But for now, we've got another mouth-watering clash to look forward to on the Demos People Arena. Coming up is the British battle that everyone is suspecting to be a thriller. Welsh 17-year-old Mimi Zhu, on her best run ever at this level, is taking on the in-form Sonne Kartal. We'll be back in just a few moments' time to introduce these players onto court.
All right. Quarterfinals day continues here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury. One semi-final has been set. Heather Watson and Simona Volta moving through, but we have two singles matches still to come. So ahead of the next match, would you please welcome back onto court our officials for this encounter. And please also welcome onto court our ball crew for this match. And now it's time for the players. First up, she took out the #2 seed to reach the semi-finals of the girls' singles at the US Open just 3 weeks after winning her first pro singles title. From Swansea in Great Britain, please welcome Mimi Zhu. And she became a top 100 player for the first time last month after winning her first WTA 250 singles title. Also from Great Britain, and particularly from Brighton, please welcome Sonny Cartel. I'll now leave you with our chair umpire for this third match of the day. That is Chris Tortoise Crawford.
All right, match number 3 here on quarterfinals day at the W100 Shrewsbury, and it's the all-British affair. And for these two players, it is their third all-British affair of the week. That has been the path to this last 8 stage for 17-year-old Mimi Zhu on your screen. Semi-finalist in the junior event at last month's US Open. But she takes on the British player in red-hot form of present. That is last month's Monastir champion, Sonny Cartel. Abigail Johnson-Pack with you, Alex Hyman alongside me. I'm going to throw it quickly to him while I catch my breath. But Alex, you did see the vast majority of Sonny Cartel's win yesterday over Jodie Burrage. How much have you seen of Mimi Zhu?
Yeah, a little bit. Not as much as I've seen Sonny, but I did see her get the win over another teenager, Hep Oliwada, yesterday, who was actually a lucky loser coming in. So, and I tell you what, Mimi Zhu was so impressive. She won the first set 6-love, was up 3-love, so she was on for a double bagel, and that just gives you a little bit of an insight into how well this player plays in Shrewsbury, and especially given it's her first big event in this town. It's incredible.
Yeah, she has been one of the standout young British players from a very young age. She was 12 years old when she won a big 14 and unders event in Bolton in the UK, and since then made her mark on a national level. She's won the 18s trophy twice, and a very strong age group featuring Hannah Klukman, who'll be in doubles action later, and also Mika Stojsavljevic, who won that US Open competition last month. She faces more professional experience in Sonny Cartel, and my goodness, this girl has ranked it up at pace. Won here at the UK Pro League finals 3 years ago. Since then, 13 of her 14 professional trophies, including, Alex, most notably, that Monastir triumph. But let's talk about her run so far. tough British opponents in Hannah Klugman and Jodie Burridge, and still 2 straight sets wins.
Yeah, emphatic, and it comes with no surprisement that she's made the quarterfinal here. You know, she had a tough opening round against Hannah Klugman and actually faced set points. So again, in that first round, did very well. I personally think that comes down to the amount of matches she's won recently, of course, getting that title in Monastir, after that run at Wimbledon, getting a few wins over some really, really top-level opponents, and then just yesterday getting the better of Jodie Burridge. Also, Karts facing a couple of set points in both sets. Really impressive that she's able to get here, but it comes with no surprise.
Yeah, if we hadn't seen what we've seen so far this week at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury, you'd be calling this a deeply kind of fascinating matchup. But for the two of them, it's a third Brit. For Cartel, it's the second time she's faced a teenager. For Zhu, maybe the most experience that she's come up against so far in her run. In terms of what she offers that the other players that Cartel has faced haven't been able to this week. I mean, she's got a huge forehand that Burridge hits with big pace off both wings, but she's still a slightly different makeup of player, Zhu, and she has those little elements to her game that can potentially throw in a surprise or two as well.
Yeah, Zhu is a serious force. The amount of power she gets on her ground strokes for a 17-year-old is incredible. I've actually hit and trained a little bit with Zhu back in Wales at Cardiff Met, and seriously, for a 17-year-old with that much power is just a joke. And Sonic Cartel knows how to play that type of player because she's played the likes of Goth, who strikes so well from the baseline. So I think she'll be okay today, Cartel, but Zhu will take it to her, there's no doubt.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because much like Hannah Klugman just a handful of days ago, she can kind of look at herself as the underdog on paper for this one with her comparative lack of experience. There's no questioning her talent level and her capabilities in the long run. And she started to make a move. She's won doubles trophies on the ITF circuit, got that first win under her belt as well at an ITF tournament in the UK over the summer months. But Cartel has been clutch in Shrewsbury, and she's looking to continue that momentum. A lot to go down in this encounter. Mimi Zhu facing off with Sonic Cartel for the third semi-final spot here at the W100 Shrewsbury, and it's a first-time meeting between these two. I think the big thing we said regarding the early stages of Cartel's matchup with Klugman a handful of days ago is the different manner in which Cartel's hitting her forehand on the regular with a lot of heavy spin on that side. And I did check in with Klugman afterwards to confirm it, and she said, yeah, really, she's kind of hitting more like a guy in terms of how she goes about that forehand technique, and it's a different ball to what these younger players are used to. making a point of overpowering early. Great serving from Sonny. And a smooth start to this third quarterfinal of the day.
I do think what will be interesting to see is if Mimi Zhu is able to still take on especially the forehand of Kartal, because as you say, with that shape that Kart plays with, she pushes a lot of players back, but it's just if Zhu can see it early and understand, okay, footwork-wise, can I get myself onto this? The more time she's able to do that, the more chance she'll be able to dictate a bit of the play, but I think Karts will probably be early on the one to put more pressure on. It's just whether Zhu can get used to, as you say, the heaviness of the forehand.
Speaking of the layers, though, of Zhu's game, she's got great tennis IQ.
Yeah, she really does. And also she's, obviously you can see such an athlete, and that enables her to really stick in points too. You can see there on the defense, but a tricky approach shot for Karts to follow in.
Mentioned her strength, Alex. It says a lot that I think at about the age of 14, 15, other players are already talking about the strength of her serve and forehand as assets that marked her out in a real pool of talent at the moment in her age category. She's found the marks emphatically there to recover from love 15. Good hold.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly the reason why she's had to move around a bit, because I know when she started her playing days back in Cardiff and Swansea, people just couldn't keep up with her. She was playing so well at such a young age, hence the move to Loughborough at the National Academy, and is now training at the NTC under the Elite Pro Scholarship Program, I believe.
Yeah, that was a more recent move with her mum, Wendy, who's watching on from the crowd today. Yeah, both with members from the LTA company on the coaching benches for these two. There's Katie O'Brien in the Zhu corner, same side of the court as her now, and then Sonny Kartal's case manager, Jeremy Bates, watching on. Does a certain number of weeks of competition with her per season. mean, look how far behind the baseline Cartel is there. And yet, such is her reputation and ability on the defense, she's still overhitting the forehand. It's a pretty settled looking Soli Cartel on serve. It's a court that she loves and one that she's started well on in this encounter. On serve at the sit down in this third quarter-final of the day.
Oh, just opening up the court. That's where the serve and next ball can be so impressive from Zhu. Way back behind the baseline. That's the sort of power that you can generate on the forehand side. Great work from Mimi Zhu. Seems to have settled into the rhythm of play quite quickly, and it's always helpful when you've got that huge weapon of the serve. Yeah, she looks pretty comfortable out there.
and she's racking up so much experience in a short space of time. She played in Wimbledon qualifying this year as a wild card. She looks a little flustered in that match on the main stage. 16 at the time and is still continuing in junior competition. But she's really put in the match play over the last few months. Classic Cartel. Forehand firing.
Yeah, look at her just lining up for each and every forehand. Has so much control. Yeah, obviously, Mimi Zhu combining her time on court with both junior events and senior events, but she's been doing so well on the pro circuit that she's been making the most of the time against the older of the female players. Hence why she doesn't look phased out there against Sonne.
That's an unplayable backhand. The most acute of angles. And Cartel keeping things ticking over on serve at the beginning of this opening set. Well contested so far. Alex, as someone who's hit with Sonne and you've known her from a fairly young age, how tough is it to read where she's going to put her shots? Because with the different nature of how she hits the ball and how consistent she is, you get the feeling that Zhu kind of needs to be on it with the anticipation to give herself a good chance of staying in the exchange.
It's really difficult. Honestly, I always found playing against Sonne so tough. Not only because it's tough to read where she's going to go. For me, it was especially on the backhand. She takes it so early that, one, you don't have enough time, even if you do know where she's going. But also, yeah, just so much uncertainty for the opponent. Because she has the ability to mix it up, and what I think she's done so well already in this match is the ability to actually sit back a little bit, but use that height to still sort of put pressure on, even though she's so far behind the baseline. But also, she's learning so well to develop her game and step up the court. So, yeah. Trust me, I'm much happier commentating on Sonne than playing her.
She strikes rainbows, doesn't she, with that forehand. You can see the arc on the ball, just getting it up tight to Zhu and building the point.
Another thing I just want to make note of there is that she unsettles the rhythm of opponents. That she calls herself an unsettler of rhythm because she gives people so many different things to look at. We have some artificial clay courts back at our home club where Sonne spends some of her time still training, and it's a nightmare to play on that stuff because footwork-wise it's so difficult to get your footing, and because she puts people side to side so well, it's so difficult.
Maintains depth with the jump of the ball. I don't think you can appreciate, just as a spectator, how tough that is to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if it does drop a little bit short, she still gets the help from the shape on the shot. So it bounces up and it's still a very good ball.
Triple break point then. Unrelenting from last month's Monastir champion. Left Mimi Zhu with nowhere to go, and that's why she's got the break of serve.
Yeah, just drawing the error eventually. You know, even from back there, she's still hitting a really good quality shot. Zhu wasn't really able to step in that much on that final shot.
And additionally, not able to switch things up as easily. She's got a very capable drop shot, Zhu. She's got different elements of her game that she could bring into play were there a more manufacturable ball coming at her.
It's also why I'm just so excited for the future for Sonne, because growing up, she was always someone who just made so many balls. So she has that base, and now she's starting to add to that. She now has so many options, and that's why I think she's just going to be a top 100 player for years to come.
Well done, Mimi Zhu, for holding her nerve, because Kartal had no business getting up to that final ball.
I thought there might be a little slither of a chance that we can see a little Djokovic-like angled pass, but yeah, no, she dealt with that well.
She's only dropped 1 point so far behind her first serve, carrying and maintaining such an immediately aggressive mindset.
despite that double, I actually think it looks so maintainable. It looks so within her reach. She looks so comfortable. She's not doing anything that she can't sustain, which are great signs for Cartel.
On the serving front, that double fault is actually only the first second serve point that she's lost, which is imperious. Oh, well done. And she's so mature, Mimi Zhu. That's always stood out about her over the last few years, that she knows how to carry herself on court, to be prepared for any slight opening. Look at the athleticism here, corner to corner. Really calmly done.
Yeah, I feel like when you are as good a tennis player as Zhu, and the life she has lived for these past, well, early stages in her career, it helps you on that route of maturity. And yeah, 17 years of age, it's so impressive.
Setting a pretty high serving standard still out here as Sonny Cartel. And I think it's testament to the weapons of Zhu and the quality that she knows she's up against, that she has come out firing the way that she has with this level of potency. One game away from taking this opening set. It's a record that we need to talk about that's been extending this week for Sonny Cartel. She's won her last 11 matches against British tennis players. And when you consider the different dynamic of those matchups, you're going up against opponents that know you a little bit better. It can be a bit pressurizing, particularly if you're on the higher ranking end of that scale to have to produce. That is some streak that she's compiling.
Yeah, it's seriously impressive, because as we've seen this week, the talent in Britain is something else. We had 8 of the 16 players still in the draw that were British, so it just shows you there's so much depth. So for Sonny to have a record like that, yeah, it's seriously impressive.
Yeah, British women's tennis in a better place than it's been in for a long time, and there have been some glory days with that. But the strength in depth, matchless at present. Zhu serving to stay in this first set. That's impressive precision in really a key game for the 17-year-old. With Cartel's serving form right now, you do not want the balls on her racket going into a potential second set. Oh, come on.
Yeah, she couldn't have taken that any earlier. Oh, such good side steps up to the ball.
the kind of combination that's going to keep her in so many matches in the future if things get tight and you've got that in your locker. Awesome. Big, brave holds from Mimi Zhu. Great attitude on display from last month's US Open semi-finalist. So she's at minimum given herself something to build on in set 2. And also given herself potential to extend this opener. It's a bit rude, really, to come up with that kind of response.
Yeah. Just completely shutting out any hope from the last game of Zhu.
Much like Mimi Zhu in the previous game, very timely, the ace out wide. It's number 2 for Cartel.
Not the first of those we've seen this week.
One of the ones with the most potential, though, just buys Zhu an extra moment here. And she takes the platform. Leading up to this moment, both had just faced the 1 break point. Cartel's saved. Zhu's broken. Stunning resilience from Mimi Zhu. That's the point of the tournament, and it's clinched with the shot of the week. Phenomenal way to stay alive in this first set.
That was just outrageous. Every shot in that rally after the first 4 shots, I was like, surely that's going to be a winner. Surely that's going to be a winner. And I was not expecting that final one, which was one of the toughest lobs you'll see. Oh, incredible.
Just underlines what we've been saying about her long-term potential and the way she's been building, the way she's carried herself here. Fantastic, because she was being outserved, majorly outplayed up to 5-2, and she just kept her cool. Maybe there was a moment or two, you look back to that backhand off the tape, that kept her in it from 30-15 down in that game.
Yeah, I mean, Sonne did everything right in that point. She would be so happy with the way it played out until the final ball landed in.
I think there was a bit of applause from
Yeah,
Cartel.
rightly so.
Giving credit where it's due. I mean, she's so good, Sonne Cartel, at going moment to moment. So even though she'll have felt she was so close to the finish line there, I think she'll have the presence to register the fact that she's still up on the scoreboard here. She can break through for the set.
Yeah, she looks really happy out there, you know. I mean, she just lost an important point, what could be a very important point when we look back at the set, but just her demeanor is really, really good to see. Very calm. And we know Sonne doesn't give too much away.
Can you fault the choice to go line?
No, not at all. That's what she's going to have to do. It's just a matter of sustaining, being able to make that type of shot. It's a difficult task. But it's a difficult task to beat Sonne Cartel this season, so.
An opportunity to go line before. And that's a good sign for Zhu that Cartel's having to think her moves through a little more. Just snatched at it slightly.
Yeah, it was a funny one because it ended up dipping when she hit that shot. I just feel that she could have closed down the net a little bit better.
Well, there's the 30-all level up from the previous game. Oh my word, not again. I mean, both times it's come at a pivotal moment in the game. Last time it kept her alive, this time it edges her in front, saves herself from dropping behind set point. What it does show is her willingness to still go after her shots, and she is keeping Cartel pegged back the more right now.
Yeah, I mean, fortune favors the brave and all that. She was going for that shot and got rewarded. Got caught a little bit trying to do the similar shot from the previous point, but yeah, just took a little longer with the legs to get around on that one.
This is where the scoreboard can still do its work, and Cartel, even as the momentum has changed in the gameplay, utterly calm.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just finds a way to get those important points, doesn't she?
Great conviction. I mean, you would not have written Cartel off from getting it done in that position. That's the crazy thing.
Now again, another player just like Zhu, who's so strong in the corner, so I never rule her out of those points.
Good is this tennis right now.
So good.
Unbelievable effort from both sides. I mean, for Zhu to stay in that as long as she did and hold her on.
Well, that's why we don't rule Sonne out of those points, because she was so far out of position early on and got back to level terms, and then it was just a tug of war. It was ridiculously good level.
Second set point for the number 3 seed. Audacious. It's incredible to watch.
Yeah.
Set point down. No props. longer she's staying out here, the more she's getting a look at that heavy flight of Cartel's ball. Extra shape applied there and able to hang on with it.
Yeah, she doesn't look phased at all by that type of shot, that heavier one. She's just meeting it so well.
You can be 1 point away, and yet when this is the opponent, the line looks that much further. It's a gripping battle right now. Oh, magnificent, truly.
Yeah, there's the unsettling of the rhythm that she backs herself to do so often in pretty much every match she plays, using the slice to full effect.
It's third chance to close this out here. And again, it's a forehand winner. And that's what she's dealing with right now. That's the positive energy. How many times have we heard you at the back end of this set from when she was 5-2 down?
Yeah, we were still hearing her. She was still pretty vocal, as you say, from 2-5. I'm just so intrigued to find out how long she can keep up this level, because it's seriously good.
Get out of here! That's outrageous from Mimi Xu.
The little dink was so good.
The trickiest backhand. That's elite. She knows it.
No need to apologize for that one.
sensational. She has won her way back into this set. She got nothing cheap there.
No, she really had to earn it.
Set point saved with winners. And it's just as well that she's as fit as she is, because there have been taxing exchanges out here where Cartel might well wear down a lot of opposition. And there was that question mark hanging over the 17-year-old. Got our reply. Rinse and repeat. It's the same response from Cartel to the previous hold from Zhu.
Yeah, I do think, again, even though the level is so good, Cartel looks comfortable. I feel like it might be the top part of Zhu's game that she's playing at right now, and maybe that's going to drop.
This is a top quality tournament. I don't think I've seen a sustained level from two players like this so far this week. I mean, this is pushing the top of the charts from the two of them. Sometimes I wonder that she doesn't freeze because there's so much ice in her veins. This is as though the last game didn't even happen. Embracing the battle. Just seconds after missing out on set point opportunities, Sonne Cartel buys herself another opportunity to break for this opener. A 51-minute fight, almost as long as the last match total. Cartel 6-5. Not the highest player still standing in Shrewsbury, Cartel. That would be Océane Dardenne, 2 times a teenage champion here at the W100 Shrewsbury in 2014 and 15 respectively. She's in the final quarterfinal heading onto court. She'll take on 21-year-old Oksana Selekmetova. Winner to play the winner of this match, and all credit to this teenager. That result is still in question. And yet there's an assured air of Cartel backing herself in. Looking to avoid a tiebreak in what has been the set of the past several days here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury. Zhu having to stay in it for a second time. From Cartel, a theft from Zhu.
I'm starting just to laugh in the middle of these points because I just know it's going to turn out with like some outrageous winner. She's ready for the next one to come back.
looking back at the previous point, the Cartel forehand long, it's a nod to the level of Zhu, because 9.9 times out of 10 at this position in a set, and she's not missing in that exchange. Just keeping the scoreboard on. This is going to be one heck of a tiebreak.
Yeah, if the level stays anything like it has just been, this tiebreaker is going to be one for the ages.
And the calm level at both baselines is ridiculous. See if it holds out in this tighter format.
Love the way she keeps her feet moving all the way through that. See here, she never stops.
She's staring at Zhu. She's getting more out of that forehand. She's imposing herself more quickly. And she's saved 3 set points in style.
I mean, she's not backing off one bit, which I think is what I find amazing.
This has been her shot of the day. The forehand on the rise behind the wide serve. I mean, look at the balance and getting down to the ball.
Yeah.
The redirection is effortless. Well, it was the serve that set her up for her initial 5-2 lead, Cartel, and it has come up clutch there to buy her a bit of time at the beginning of this breaker that can ultimately run away so quickly.
Yeah, and finally a couple of cheap points. I mean, I don't remember the last time she even saw a return go long.
Well, the roof's not on her side, but neither's Mimi Zhu. That's another scintillating delivery. And that's a nice mini break heading into the change of ends. Nothing's a given out here, we've seen, but the momentum is kind of with the 17-year-old, having come back from 5-2, held to love to move into the tie break, opening mini break. If anyone can slam the brakes on that, it's Sonny Cartel, so this next point still very key.
Yeah, and you know, when you're trying to close out sets against players ranked very far above you, it sometimes causes a bit of tension in the shoulders and they start thinking a little bit ahead of themselves. So this will be fascinating to see how Zhu deals with this.
It's a real moment there. The mishit forehand from that same corner that Zhu herself has been so comfortable in, and it does, and I'll never call it too early with Sonic Cartel. There has been a swing. that's why you don't call it. Outrageous hit.
Yeah, it was a lot better than the previous one she missed from pretty much the same spot. Got her body weight all the way through that.
Huge moment, absolutely huge from the moment the first serve didn't find the mark. Zhu, backhand of this set, has just taken it up 2 or 3 gears on that forehand side. Set point, but several of them. Does that alleviate the moment a little bit on Zhu's side of the net? We'll find out. I mean, what is this level? Seriously.
Yeah, it's
From
the slice was such a good one too.
Brink of an unreturned serve to one of the shots of the day, and no reaction.
I mean, she's used to saving set points this week, isn't she, Sonnet? She knows how to play these for some weird reason.
Yeah, both sets against Jodie Burrage yesterday. Both sets that she won. Still got a third to fend off. There's a clip of the net cord on the inside in, and how cool once more from Cartel to keep her balance. 3 points in a row, and it's on an absolute knife edge.
Yeah, you couldn't pick it. I mean, we know how difficult it is to close out sets against players that make as many balls as they do, like Karts.
You say you wouldn't pick it, Alex, but I feel like you've been picking it throughout the set at pretty pivotal moments, and it doesn't look too bad for you right now, if I got that correct.
Yeah, true. I only say that because I'm a bit nervous, because it could still go Zhu's way, because she has put on a level where she can take the racket out of Cartel's hand, but yeah, Cartel, she's able to find her way back into these sets.
She'll be a little disappointed there, Zhu, because she anticipated Cartel keeping it on her backhand. She didn't lose her balance there. It's going to come down to a single point. Is this where it costs? Over an hour played. And a good 20 minutes or so after her last set point, a fourth for Sonnet Cartel. Such a shame to see it end like that, because that set was truly special. And crunch time is ultimately Cartel time. 1 hour and 4 minutes played, and she does edge across the line in the tightest of first sets. 3 straight set points saved.
I mean, credit where credit is due. Sonne Cartel knuckled down at 3-6 down in that tiebreak. I mean, just sensational. But I will, again, bring it back to just the amount of tennis that she's played and the amount of matches that she's won. As much as I don't rule her out, she doesn't rule herself out either. And there's a reason for that, because she is able to find a way back into these sets. It's incredible.
26 of her last 29 matches won. That's some run of form for Sonne Cartel, and that's across levels. She reached the third round of Wimbledon as a qualifier, went straight back out, played back-to-back W35s, got the reps in. I think that really helped her out in Monastir when she came through as a qualifier to win that WTA title. But I mean, Mimi Zhu there was unbelievable from 5-2 down. I mean, Cartel did not let her back into that set. She had that one moment of fortune where the backhand dribbled off the net court. Otherwise, back to self, forehand was fire. And you, as brutal as it is, you can completely understand the double fault from having led 6-3.
Yeah, I feel like she was playing at the very top of her game. I mean, I think there is no limits to how well Mimi Zhu can play. At only 17 years of age, the level she just put on that court from 5-2 down to that tiebreak, and just the final hurdle, the level wasn't quite there, and that's sometimes the problem. I felt like she was in the zone from 5-2 down, and she wasn't actually thinking too much. It was that nice feeling when you're on a tennis court, when you are playing sort of a little bit out of your skin, and when you're still an emerging talent, sometimes it's difficult to deal with that and know how to stay in that zone, and it's just unfortunate that she wasn't quite able to sustain it long enough.
You could make a highlights reel from the entire day from that set alone, but I want to draw it back to 6-3 down. Cartel's backhand almost wasn't back in play on the return, and then she came up with that outrageous backhand on the line. And it's testament to her and what she's been doing over the last 2 years that it was mind-blowing, and yet you weren't even surprised. It's just how she cracks into gear when it really matters. And I mean, she didn't flinch, and she doesn't flinch. That's what is making her one of the best players in the world at the moment.
Yeah, she's such a clutch player, I would say, because like in these moments at the end of sets, she's able to come up with the goods. But what I think is more important to note than coming up with the outrageous shot is the ability to make quality ball after quality ball after quality ball, and eventually that's what draws the error from her opponents. And I think that's also sort of a sign from, you know, as we've said many times, she's now been a top 100 player. That's what is going to help you week in and week out on the tour, is having that quality ball time and time again. It's not necessarily the outstanding shots, and I think that's something that Mimi Zhu will continue to improve on. Is not only will she be able to hit these ridiculous forehands from outside of the court, she'll also begin to find her base level and maintain that too. And as the years go on, she'll be able to improve that base level, just as Cartel has been able to do in the last couple of years, as I think she's misunderstood which side of the net she's starting on.
I mean, you can completely get that. They've been out here for a while. That was a set that is going to take some recovering from for Zhu, but the good news is she was serving well up to that final point of the previous set, and she gets the balls on her racket here. effectively, she handled the kitchen sink in that previous set, and she's more or less done it in that rally. So where does Zhu actually go from here with Cartel's confidence increasingly on the rise?
It's so difficult to know. It's because Karts has everything covered, it seems, right now. Zhu couldn't have played really any better in that first set and still wasn't able to get through it on the correct side of the scoreboard. What I do think she can do is try and keep that base level of making the first 3, 4, 5 shots in the rallies, because if you start trying to go for too much too early on, Sonne's just gonna run away with this.
Now the question here is it more mental than physical or physical than mental? It's a double fault to lose the first set, and understandably so with the scoreboard pressure on, a double fault to lose this first game.
Yeah, again, it's actually a difficult one for me to answer, I think, because you could see that both mentally and physically kind of thing, because often when you start to double fault, it's actually the legs that start to go. It's not necessarily mental. She wasn't going for too much of a, you know, a big serve there. So I feel actually, as much as we know how much of a good athlete she is, she's still fairly immature within her body, you know. So yeah, I think that could play a factor now in this second set. It was such a physical first set, and Sonne's works, we know how hard she works on that. It's such an important part of her game to be able to maintain her fitness throughout these tough 3-setters, you know.
There's also the slant that Sonne Cartel at 22, she's more grown into her body, more developed, and Zhu, you know, at 17, she's still getting there. She's still a girl. I think it will make her more daring, that she's got to take her chances a little bit more, try and clip things.
Yeah, I just hope that goes the right way and she makes a few of them, because I think mentally she will start to falter if she's going for things, but it's not paying off. So I hope for her sake it stays on. If Zhu had won that rally, I really think it's a statement to Sonne, from Zhu, to say, look, I'm still in this and I can go long rallies and I can still maintain my level, but she didn't manage to get through that.
mean, she's had some experience with marathons of late. It was so impressive, her almost 3-hour win over the #2 seed Tyra Grant at the US Open. That was on Louis Armstrong Stadium. And you think about the conditions in New York can get quite humid. It did leave her tired for the semis. I think it's inevitable that that first set is going to take its toll to some degree. It was good, probably 20 minutes before she even lost the set that she was bent over for the first time. She sustained her level. Just brilliantly, impressively. And now it's Sonic Cartel territory. This is all the experience flooding in. Such a comfort level here in Shrewsbury. The 2021 season was where she first really announced herself off the back of lockdown, used the domestic competition of the UK Pro League, and that culminated here. She was imperious in that final. She won 11-1. When we talk about players taking it point by point, Alex, for Mimi at the moment, it's shot by shot.
For sure, yeah. She just needs to stay in the here and now. She can't look too far ahead, because I think if she does, it'll be too much for her. She's still got 2 sets to go if she's trying to win this match. It's a little bit like, you know, when you go out for a light jog, you don't want to look too far ahead, because then you probably just stop because you're too tired. Here, the finish line for Zhu is so far away. She has to stay in each and every point. She can't think too much ahead.
They're the margin she has to go for, and love to see her backing herself up the court, just looking to see what she can do in the face of where she's sitting on the scoreboard and in a physical position too. Even on the forehand, and look, yeah, she's slapping her thighs, that the legs are going here.
Just shows how much of a physical sport it is. Once you lose a little bit of energy in the legs, all of a sudden all the shots seem to be a lot more difficult to execute.
Nice work. It's been a most successful serve.
Yeah, it really has. Yeah, actually, in previous matches and in the first one today, actually the T-serve was the one that was most effective. But yeah, it's interesting to see that slider working well on these faster courts.
All credit to her grit.
New balls, please. Ball change.
Mimi Zhu with
Cartel leads by 2 games to 1.
slightly drained here, battling on, staying in touch. Just the one game between herself and Sonny Cartel in this second set. Although it is a break of serve in the favor of her opponent, Cartel. 7-6 and 2-1.
Time. $15 love. $15 all. $30-15.
Abigail, we've had Ian Bates watching on this week, head of women's tennis, and a lot of the LTA coaches obviously here and around, looking at the performances of the British players. Just how good do you think these guys are going to get? How far do you think they're going to go?
Out.
It's tough
40,
because the
50.
players as young as Mimi Zhu have never wanted to put that pressure of a number on it. But I mean, I met Sonny when she had no ranking, and I always said she was going to be top 100. From there, different factors come into play. For Zhu, she's got the perfect starting block. She's gone deep at a junior slam. She's cracked the top 10 in the world in singles and doubles.
Game. Cartel.
And she grows into her body even more. She's got so many of the assets already. It really is a sky-high ceiling
Cartel leads
for the
by
likes
3
of
games to
her
1.
and Mika Stoysavljevic, who won the US Open, and Hannah Klugman, who's still very much at the beginning of her own career. They're such a strong group of players, and to have each other, to push each other and have a kind of a good-natured rivalry. They have that respect and friendship with each other as well. I think that's just brilliant. Seriously, so good to have that group of them coming through as one.
Let. First serve. 15 love.
Yeah, she's got to get her skates on of anticipation, Cartel, at the beginning of these points on the return because she knows she was going big. She's going to rip, particularly with that forehand. Bit of a guessing game.
Out. 30 love.
It's a weird time of the match because after the first set, you know, everyone's still a bit flustered, still thinking about what went on in that first set, and now they've had a bit of time to recover. It's now sort of calmed down a bit. Do you feel that too?
Yeah, there's been a bit of a settler. I think once Zhu got that first game on the board in this second set, there's just been that lull. She's so ready for this.
30-15.
There's no doubt that she can sense there's a little less in the legs for Zhu now, and she's still treating her like she's on top form. She's lining up for her shots in the same way.
That's you. $40-30.
We've said midway through the first set that is a combination that's going to keep her in matches.
For sure. Yeah, the serve and the forehand, it will be the biggest shots of her career, no doubt.
Leaning on them now as she fights to stay alive.
Let's first serve. Game. Zhu.
Done it again. Mimi Zhu showing the
Cartel
qualities
leads by 3 games to 2.
that can take her right up the rankings in the years to come. The big question here on the Demos People Arena is, can they take her back into this match? She continues, as she did in the first set, to give herself chances. Once again, minimizing the deficit to just the 1 game. How old was she when you met her, Alex?
Sonne.
Zhu.
Mimi Zhu. It was 3 years ago, so 14. And she still hit the ball as hard as this, which is what's worrying. I actually, played with her on an indoor hard court, very similar conditions to this, and it's just remarkable. Only 14 and
time.
Yeah, just amazing. I don't know where the ability to play tennis comes from. I don't think her parents played. I know Mum's here this week.
She is.
They seem like they're aiming so high, you know, they have such high standards for themselves, and yeah, and Mimi is just got so much potential.
love.
And she's also come out of her skin a lot more in the last couple of years. When I played with her 3 years ago, didn't speak all too much on the court, but now she is much more present, you know, when you're with her, and it's so good to see because she's such a lovely person. I also think that shows on the tennis court too. She's been pretty vocal today.
Yeah, I first met her at the I think it was a J3 in Bolton, January 2020, and she actually played Hepzibah Al-Wadari in the final of what has become quite a prestigious junior event. I did the post-match interview with her just on a phone camera, and I had to step up so close because it was just barely a whisper. It's probably her first time doing any of that, and she has grown leaps and bounds as a person and a player in a really short time frame, really.
15-13.
I love the body language of imposing herself. Big step into the court when she saw her second serve coming. This is why you can't write her off just yet, even against Sonny Cartel.
Out. 30.
She's saying balance to herself.
Yeah, sort of jumped at it, so I can understand why she fell a little bit off balance. Again, it's those high standards.
Out.
She also
40-30.
moved around for her forehands, which cost her a split second, and maybe that opportunity to just maintain positioning. It's been her stronger wing. It's the one that she's really comfortable attacking with, so it's an understandable move.
Out. Juice.
This is where it becomes maybe a bit more of a mental challenge for Cartel. I spoke to Heather Watson after her match. Actually, she said she didn't get much sleep last night, and she was struggling with the focus as the match was extending in the second set, which we figured from up here.
Out. Advantage. Cartel.
Now, this is a long match, an hour and 30 minutes. Cartel's had the set and a break lead for what feels like some time already. So it's a lot is being asked of her in terms of simple repetition.
Game. Cartel.
And she's come through with it there just when she needs it. Really good stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, if I
Cartel
was just
leads
to take
by
my eye
4
away from the
games to
score for a moment there, it feels that Sonny is a lot higher up on the scoreboard than she actually is. You know, it's only a game away from being level in this second set. And that's, yeah, credit to Zhu, because she's really sticking in this match. And physically, she's looking a lot better than she did at the start of this set, which is important.
Keeping herself going, throwing everything at this second set.
15 love.
And that's going to help. I mean, she's come through with a handful of those. Hit a splinter of the paint there.
15 all.
both the serve and the return, painting the line. Yeah, again, a slight lack of footwork. You can see her pretty much at a standstill after she hit that one. Normally she'd be sort of moving a little bit further back to create some space, and she didn't on that occasion.
Out. 15-40.
Steady service hold just previously from Cartel, and if you glance across the net at her, you're getting 0. She's strolling back and forth, and that adds to the situation. Double break point for the double break.
Game.
Yeah, reined it in. As she sensed the ebb from the other side of the court, did not flinch when offered the target. And
Cartel leads by 5 games to 2.
at a set and a double break to the good is one service hold away from the W100 Shrewsbury semi-finals. I mean, however this goes, Alex, in the next few minutes, so many positives for Mimi Zhu.
For sure. Yeah, we knew coming into this that this was her best run at this level, at W100 level. We know that she won that W35 title already this year. So we knew coming into this whole event that she was already a bit of a threat, but to come here and take out a few of her peers, Rana Stoiber.
Time.
You know, and then nearly taking that first set here in this match against Cartel. There are so many positives to take. And to be honest, I think a bit of this, and this maybe slight deterioration in the second set, is down to her still being so young. And I think that's out of her control. So I think with time, of course, she's play this match, you know, this same match in a couple of years, it's a different story.
Cartel looking to clinch it in straight sets. Awe-inspiring.
15 love.
The focus, as much as anything, to keep producing at that level.
Yeah, that stood out in this set, is the focus. She's been laser-eyed.
Dirty love. Dirty 15.
just as Heather Watson did a little earlier on today.
40-15.
That short volley paying off beautifully. And it's been such an impressive second set. 2 match points now for Sonay Kartal.
Game, set and match. Kartal.
Yeah, and that will do it.
7-6.
The number 3
6-2.
seed here in Shrewsbury, Sonay Kartal, takes out
A truly
17-year-old
incredible
Mimi
match.
Zhu.
Please keep the applause going for Mimi Zhu.
book her
And your
spot
winner in this quarterfinal, Sonay
semi-final.
Kartal.
My goodness, what a performance from Sonay Kartal. Won a maiden title.
And there's a
just few
standing ovation in
weeks
this
ago.
room, and it's for good
Is
reason.
into a 5th semi-final on home soil
Unbelievable
this year.
tennis on display. It took
So
2 players to
exciting to
make
have
that
Sonay in
happen. I
Shrewsbury.
want one more show of appreciation for a 17-year-old who's still right at the beginning of her career and going places. Mimi Zhu, everyone. Really special. Well, I hope you've got some energy left because we have got more matches to come. There's the final singles quarterfinal still to be played, and we've got a doubles contest as well featuring Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber. We're going to chat to Sonay shortly. Reminder that you can get food in the marquee, and it will be probably a few minutes until the next match, so you can help yourself to a drink. And one more round of applause as she leaves the court. It's been amazing to have her here in Shrewsbury. Mimi Zhu, we'll see her again. Well done. If I can grab Sonay's attention. Sonay, match is over. You can get out of your zone now. Come on.
Let's hear a few words from Sonay Kartal, speaking with Abigail Johnson.
Sonay Kartal, you've won 27 of your last 30 matches, but we want to know where that level in the first set from you and Mimi ranks, because that was outrageous.
Yeah, obviously I knew today was going to be super tough. She's an incredible player and plays well above her age. You know, at times she's hitting a bigger ball than me, which is a little bit annoying. But no, I think the first set, the level from her was unbelievable. And yeah, I'm not sure how I won that first set at the end. I think a little bit of luck as well.
Very humble. I mean, amazing tennis. You're a familiar face to a lot of people here because in 2021, you won the UK Pro League finals on this court. Last year in 2022, bit of catching up to do. You've won 13 of your 14 titles, and only this year, 3rd round of Wimbledon as a qualifier, played Coco Gauff on the #1 court. Incredible effort. What's changed for you, and how was that experience?
Yeah, I think, you know, going into this week, obviously the previous few weeks I've had my best results, and I think that the last few months is the best tennis that I've played, and I think that, you know, I was doing everything so good on the practice court. I think it was only a matter of time before it started to transition onto the match court, and I think that every match I've just got to trust that, you know, my game style is there.
Well, quarters down, semis to come, and you'll play the winner of the next match onto court. I know they're an earshot, but give us an idea of what kind of preparation you'll do for that match.
Yeah, obviously do my recovery and watch a little bit. You know, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. It will be the first time I haven't played a Brit this week, so it's always tough playing your friends, but yeah, I'm hoping that tomorrow I can bring an even higher level than today.
Setting her sights on the semi-finals here at the W100 Shrewsbury, Sonay Kartal. Three matches down here on the Demos People Arena. 2 still to come. We'll have Ocean Todin and Oksana Selegnetova on court very shortly.
Well, it is Sonay Kartal to be the second Brit to make it through to the semi-finals here in Shrewsbury. Seriously impressive display from both players in that match just then. Mimi Zhu performing years above her age at only just 17. Had set points against Cartel in that first set, but Kart's showing just what good form she is in and her ability to get out of difficult situations on a tennis court. So, another mouth-watering clash to look forward to at the Demos People Arena. It's Oksana Selekmeteva against two-time champion Osia Dodan. Myself, Alex Hyman, and Abigail Johnson will be back with you for that one. Very much looking forward to it. See you in a few moments.
Okay, 3 semi-final spots taken in the singles here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury. 1 still up for grabs. I hope your energy is still in the building for this next match. We have 2 more great players to take to court, and we can't get this contest underway without our tournament team. So please welcome back to the court our officials for this match. And please also welcome onto court our ball crew. And now to bring out the players. First up, she's 21 years old and has climbed over 700 spots in the rankings this year to return to the top 200. Please show your appreciation for Oksana Selekmeteva. And she reached the 4th round at this year's Australian Open. She's a 2-time former champion here in Shrewsbury from France. Please welcome our number 2 seed, Osia Dodan. And I'll now leave you with our chair umpire for this 4th of the quarterfinals. That's Scott Noble.
Fourth and final quarterfinal of the day here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury, and it features a very familiar face and a fresher visitor to this particular court. Océane Dordain won a title in Shrewsbury twice as a teenage contender. And she's now the #2 seed and the higher ranked player. And she goes head to head with Oksana Selekmetova. Abigail Johnson here with you to kick this one off. Alex Hyman will be alongside me. We're just getting our breath back from a really impressive previous match. Sonay Kartel saving 3 set points in the first set to edge past Mimi Zhu and then getting it done in 2. And now Oksana Selekmetova getting a look at Demos People Arena for the first time this week, and she's got a lot to offer, this 21-year-old. Injury derailed her campaign at the back end of 2023, but her ascent back up the rankings ladder has been rapid. Over 700 spots soared by the Russian, and Selekmetova into this round, courtesy of a straight sets defeat of Elena Malagina, who made the doubles final last year and has been playing some of the best tennis of her career. A 7-5, 6-1 result to set up this clash with Océane Dordain. 27 years old is the French woman, and
3 minutes.
Tucked inside the world's top 100 at present, thanks to some big runs throughout this year, which included that outing at the Australian Open, made round 4, fell only to the eventual runner-up, Zhang Qinwen, on Rod Laver Arena itself. So she's seen some of the heights of the sport, but it all started right here in Shrewsbury in her teen years in 2014. Lifted the trophy, and then actually became the only player in Shrewsbury history to defend a singles title when she backed that up in 2015 with triumph over Britain's own Freya Christie. So she knows her comfort level here at Dordain. She was laughing a little last season when she made the semis about her record. Ultimately fell to Marnie Banks, who had a brilliant day at the office. Let's see what Selekmetova can offer, a woman who compiled 4 singles titles last year, but is looking for her first
2 minutes
in 2024. Alex, you must be feeling good about life because you were leaning Kartel from the offset of that previous match.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with myself. I mean, I can't say it's down to me. I mean, it's Sonay who's actually playing the tennis, but yeah, she, as expected, came through that one. It wasn't looking like she was going to come through in straights, especially being set points down in that first set. But yeah, finds a way to get through in 2, and that will help her tomorrow and Sunday. If she is able to get to the final, she'll be feeling physically probably okay. I mean, we saw Mimi struggling a little bit towards the end there physically, underunderstanding. Such a physical first set.
This quarterfinal match will be the best.
But yeah, what a great
sets.
match that was, and I can't wait for this one.
Oksana Selekmetova to the left of the chair, won the toss and chose to receive.
Oh, interesting. I think Scott Noble from the chair announcing that Selekmetova has put this on the Dordain racket. She is a towering presence, the French woman, and her serve can be a lethal weapon. So maybe just hoping that she catches a cold out here at the beginning of this one.
Yeah, I guess maybe Selekmetova thinking that the best chance she's got at breaking is when Dordain is still feeling a little bit cold out there. So yeah, I actually think that's not a bad shout. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how she comes out, Dordain, obviously a 2-time former champion, as you say. It's sometimes maybe a little bit hit and miss with Dordain. That's the type of game she has. So yeah, let's see what comes out today.
Final quarter-final of the day here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury. Still a doubles semi-final to come. The winner of this to take on Sonay Kartel in tomorrow's semi-final showdown.
Océane Dordain to serve. Play. 15 love. Fifteen all.
Oh, switch up.
30-15.
That's the last shot I would have thought Doda would be playing in this first game.
Yeah, don't think this is the serving performance
40-15.
Selekhmetova was hoping for so far when she opted to receive. She'll have encouragement though. Both Dodin's matches to date this week have gone 3 sets. She was on the ropes in the opener.
40-30.
Yeah, lost her first set of the week to Francisca Jorge, who's one half of the top-seeded pairing in the doubles. Rebounded for the positive outcome.
Dix. Advantage, Dodin. That's game, Dodin.
Ship steadied by Dodin, who does
First
have
game.
some momentum into this encounter. He's dropped the first set in both previous meetings, but 6-1, 6-1 to close against Marina Bastos Ribera. Highest seed left standing, Alex, here at the W100 Shrewsbury.
Yeah, they fell all pretty early, didn't they? It was, yeah, maybe a couple of retirements early on with seeds. I know the British lucky loser got the better in that first round.
That day one was dangerous territory. Nuria Perez's Diaz out to Simona Volta. Anna Karolina Schmiedlova had a rotten opener, and Heather Watson, who's backed that up, made the semis. Well, she'll take on Volta.
Oksana Selekhmetova to serve.
If Dodin can navigate the Selekhmetova test, it would be herself and Cartel living up to their respective rankings in this draw. The contrast.
Oh. Love 15. Out. 15 all.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued to see how much Selek-Mateva is able to use that lefty serve to her advantage. It's such a useful weapon to have. Especially
30-15.
in particular, the T serve on the deuce and the wide serve on the ad. That's the one where she's going to get Doda stretching a lot.
(40-15). Game, Selek-Mateva.
Good energy from
One
the
game all.
21-year-old to get that first hold. It's just so impressive. Obviously, she would have had the use of an injury-protected ranking to get her into tournaments at the beginning of the year, but still, the depth of the tour right now to climb as many spots in the rankings as she has this past year, really impressive.
(15-love).
Yeah, she made that quarter-final at the WTA 250 in Prague this year, which she also made a couple of years ago, which clearly says something about the clay in Prague that Selek-Mateva feels comfortable on.
That's 30-love.
But it feels like she's got a pretty versatile game, like it's not just going to be the clay courts that she's successful on.
(40-love). Lads, first up. Game, Doda.
Well, first lefty matchup of the week for Dodan, and she's keeping it out of the equation.
Dodan
at the
leads
moment
2 games to
with
1.
that serve. Much steadier hold for our former champion here in Shrewsbury, looking for her first title, though, at W100 level at the Shrewsbury Club, and hoping to take the final semi-final spot up for grabs on serve at this first sit-down.
Time. 15 love. Let's first serve.
Oh my
30 love.
goodness. Rare to see a forehand slice hit with that much pace. Selek Mateva, a natural.
30-15.
It seems to be hitting that serve predominantly, especially on that ad side. It's going to be a go-to. Dodat stretched out wide, doesn't feel comfortable in those situations, likes to play a lot of her tennis in the center of the court.
Game, Selek Mateva.
Yeah, and again, the basic
Two games
serve of a lefty doing the damage. Dodat absolutely nowhere near on the return, and it's a really good couple of service games to start off this quarter-final.
$15 love. $30 love.
Yeah, that first serve percentage is going to be key for Dodat. Sitting at around 62% after the first couple of service games.
Lads, second serve.
Note to self, that was a second serve. You see that speed.
30-15. Out.
Yeah, imposing
40-15.
from the two-time champion here in Shrewsbury, Lucia Dodat. A player who's not going to give up much of the baseline, likes to stay very tight.
40-30.
She'll more often than not have a higher tally of unforced errors, but with that comes often a pretty hefty win rate.
Game, Doda.
Yeah, it's good serving from
Dodin leads 3
second
games
seed,
to 2.
Ocean Dodin. Frustrating the return of Selek Mateva, and Ocean Dodin regains the lead. Dodin has been around for many years on the tour now. Began her first pro events at just 14 years of age. Made her first 10K semi-final at just 15. So she did really burst onto the scene and saw a lot of success. 2016 really was a breakthrough year for the Frenchwoman. Claimed her first WTA title in Quebec City. That was a 250. As a result, moved into the top 100 for the very first time. That was 2016. So 8 years ago now. Got her first top 10 win a year later as well. That was against Sibylkova. Stroke of luck to take the first point on the board in this return game for Dodin. He did struggle with form. Around 2018 started to decline in the rankings. Yeah, nicely slotted away, Selek Mateva.
15-all.
Yeah, Dodin did well to not give Selek Mateva too much angle on the pass, but she did well. Yeah, you can just see so early on in the points the position that either player is taking to the court. Almost in the second shot of that rally, Selek Mateva pretty much out of shot on our camera angle. Dodin right up on that baseline.
30-all.
Dodin will be happy with the way she started out in this contest. Superb, Ocean Dodin, implementing
30-40.
the best type of tennis, and the type of tennis that she loves to play. It's fairly central, not getting too much angle, but the pace of what's doing the damage. Yeah, but a very good response, Selek Mateva.
Yes.
It's the depth there that causes Dodin to respond with a slightly shorter ball. She was up to it in a flash.
Advantage, Selek Mateva.
Yeah, and that's the serve that can be hit with a little bit of surprise, because often she's going to go down the tee. She then saves that one for the bigger points, hence on juice going for the wide serve. Clever.
That's deuce. Advantage, Selekmetova.
Back to the trustworthy serve. Just unstoppable. The backhand this time. Just driving those legs through the court. The swing follows.
Advantage,
Difficult for
Selekmetova.
Dodin to get down low to those punishing slices that are travelling through the court at such a pace, but also staying so low. And for Dodin, standing with such tall stature, it's a difficult shot for her to respond to.
Game, Selekmetova.
Yeah, and having to come
Three
through a
games off.
difficult service game, Selekmetova able to respond and now put some pressure back on the server in Dodin. Remember, Selekmetova opted to return first, hoping that Dodin would come into this match a little cold, but Dodin so far on serve has been faultless. Will it continue here?
That's love 15. That's deuce. Question 15 all. Let's first up. That's E15. T15.
Oh, what a first delivery. I mean, we don't have a shot clock. Excuse me, a serve speed tracker, but that's got to be very, very, very quick.
Out. 40-30.
Yeah, late call, but called by the umpire just deep.
That's game done. New balls, please.
Yeah, again, remaining
Dodin leads 4 games to 3.
to be a dominant force on serve, as we'd expect. No breaks in this quarter-final just yet. Dodin going into the break. 4 games to 3 to the good.
Time.
So Selekmateva under a little bit more scoreboard pressure now, closing in on this first set. Dodat will be looking to put in a decent return game here, at least. Oh, found such good length on the pickup. Not easy when the height of the ball is so low by the time she got there. But it pushed Dodat back, and it was a simple smash to finish off the point.
30 love. Let's replay the points. Ladies and gentlemen, the ball girl dropped the ball at the back of the court. We will replay the points. 30 love.
Yeah, just a slip of the hand from the pool kid, so just in case it was to distract either player, the umpire calling for a replay of the point. Yeah, the short return,
30-15.
intentional or not from Dodat, actually quite effective, because Selekmateva ends up at the net where she doesn't necessarily feel quite as comfortable. You can see there, unable to really do any good with the volley. Yeah, just tucking Dodat up on the return. That's the added benefit of having that slider into the body. So difficult for a right-handed player to read that.
Oh! 40-30.
Surprising. Selekmateva is going so close to the lines on that second serve. Because she gets that swing from the leftiness of her serve, I don't think she needs to go that close to the lines. She'll get the reward from the spin. Not necessarily just about the placement.
Out, game. Selekmateva.
Yeah, bigger margins on the second delivery, and this time able to draw an error from not necessarily that great of a second serve, but it's just the different look a lefty serve gives a right-handed returner. It's not easy. It takes a long time to get used to it, especially when you've played a couple of righties from Dodat's perspective before this quarter-final.
15
Great
love.
serve down the tee. of quality from the second seed.
30 love.
She loves taking that backhand on cross court. So free-flowing with her arms.
Lads, first up.
There it is again, that
30-15.
forehand chisel, forehand slice. Just giving Doda a more difficult shot than she would like. Might get another little look at that. Yeah, it did look extremely close. Doda surprised to hear the call. A stare back to the line judge. Superb return off a pretty
30-40.
good first delivery. Came back with interest. So Selek Mateva. Another break point. Yeah, Doda knuckling down.
Deuce.
That's a very crucial save of a break point.
Advantage Doda. That's game Doda.
Yeah, what an impressive hold from Osea Doda.
Doda leads 5 games to 4.
Staring down. Couple of break points in that game and is able to get through it. Still a little frustrated maybe at letting herself get down in that game and having to deal with the pressure of facing a break point, but nonetheless she remains in the lead. 5-4 now in this opening set.
Time. 15 love.
Yeah, slightly more lifted forehand, which I'd like to see her implement a little bit more.
$15 all. $15-30.
Just, I find it incredible how she's able to hit winners from back there. Coming through the court so quickly. Selekmateva struggling to keep up.
Let's first up. That's 30 all. $40-30.
Yeah, superb game management. Selekmateva, that is. Going for the percentage serve at a crucial stage in this first set.
Odds. Game, Selekmateva.
Yeah, and it's the forehand that is the one to
5
break
games all.
down. Seems like Selekmateva's targeting that forehand side of Dodat. Yes, she can hit astounding winners off that side, but it's also the side to break down a little more often. The backhand, so far, looking the more solid of the two for the Frenchwoman.
$15 love.
A return that had no chance
15 all.
of coming back from the Dodat side of the court. Struck with such conviction.
$30-15. That's
Oh, I mean, again, it's the shorter return that draws Doda into the net. And there it looks like Doda had the upper hand, especially being the one sort of with a better position, especially up in the forecourt when they were both up at the net. But Doda not able to find the correct volley.
Out. 30-40.
Oh, I mean, Selek-Mateva is just able to withstand that baseline exchange. She's managed to find her way to break point. Seriously good under pressure.
Yes.
Sublime. Just frustrating for Selek-Mateva because
advantage, Doda.
It just comes out of nowhere, doesn't it? She has that ability to change the pace of the rally in an instant. And having saved the break point, she's now back with game points of her own.
Deuce.
I mean, level
advantage,
Doda. It's winner after winner. That's what you're going to get with Doda, a hell of a lot of winners. Such an exciting game start.
That's game, Doda.
Yeah, and that does just
Doda leads 6
deep.
games to 5.
And Osea Doda, two-time former champion, regains another lead in this first set. She's just up against Selek-Mateva. 6-5, Doda leads.
Time. Fifteen love.
Just missing the mark again on that forehand. Abigail's back in the house.
I am. I've been looking on from the balcony for the last couple of games. Dogged out and clutch under that breakpoint pressure. Really went after it.
Oh. 30-15. T15.
Yeah, she's been seeing that serve really well, and it's essentially been one of the key parts that has been able to keep her in this set.
That's game. Selekmetova.
Yeah, it's just deep on the return, and a set that really has
6 games
gone in the
all,
favour of the server.
Tiebreak.
No breaks as of yet, Abigail.
Yeah, that's what the tiebreak was made for. I think we said this at the end of the first set of the first match of the day. And you could sense that from the offset with these two, that they were really going after it. Hence the initial decision from Selekmetova to receive. Didn't get the drop-off that she was hoping for. No slow starts to this one.
One 0, Selekmetova.
It's funny, bit of frustration.
Yeah, not unusual in a Dodin match, but she can snap back out of it pretty quickly. It's a bit of a red herring sometimes, the way she does react.
That's first serve. That's 2-0. Selekmetova.
What I think's interesting and was surprising for me was how similar Selekmetova is playing to Dodin. I think that's what happens when you do come up against a player like Dodin. They tend to actually copy her game style a little bit because it's so tough to change up the type of shot.
I mean, particularly on that backhand side, it comes at you like a bullet,
2-1,
doesn't it? It is so laser.
Yeah, so to try and get under that ball and get it up and over and dipping in over the net is so difficult. So it tends to be that they actually just play back pretty flat, And I don't necessarily think that's how Selekmeteva actually likes to play her tennis. Yeah, I mean, good awareness to see that Selekmeteva was way back there. You can see her just retreating.
Dora.
It's just really tight margins, and it'll be interesting to see who of these two is able to make more balls to the game styles that they both want, because it is tough to get ball in after ball in when you're striking the ball that hard, especially that low over the net.
That's 3-all.
Do you feel that it's a matter of who can serve better in the latter stages of this tiebreak?
I mean, from the early stages of this one, it kind of felt like it was going to come down to a couple of points.
I feel they've been fairly similar off the ground in terms of ground strokes, unforced errors. I feel like they've both been able to get through the deadlock with winners, but there's also been quite a few unforced errors from both.
Something that could really come into play for Selekmeteva here is the match play amassed across the season. She was injured for months at the back end of last year, and if you look at her overall numbers, 14 match wins last year, 36 already in 2024, and just being on that match court puts you in these pressure situations. On a difficult move up the court from the Frenchwoman. She was dragged up by this slice.
Yeah, just as she was hitting it, she had to put the breakers on. How nice was that change up?
Yeah, her energy as well has been really well maintained.
5-4, Selekmeteva.
But look at how she's forced Dodin to the backboards. And with a height of shot that's added some time to the rally and taken away the read from Dodin. She's kind of rooted to the baseline there. It makes that a really key miss, because it felt like she'd been doing the hard work across the last few points.
Yeah, I felt like she was in such a good position there, you know, up on the scoreboard by a point, up in the rally. Really, she should be looking at 2 set points then. It's happened multiple times in this set. That slice for a tall player like Dodin doesn't really like using the slice that much. Maybe on the defense she uses it better, but in an attacking situation she finds it tough. And it's again another good change up from Selekmeteva.
So it's on the return, but 1 set point with fine margins, maybe all she needs.
both. Dodin looked pretty deflated there. Do you think it could be one step too far for another 3-set comeback?
Second
We'll find
set.
out. Right now on the
serve.
Demos People Arena, not only has she clinched the opening set, Oksana Selekmetova, but she gets to serve first in the second. Try and build some momentum.
Love 15. Love 30.
Well, I might have to retract some previous comments that the hangover effect can be a thing.
Up. 15-30.
She's got to play it simple here. Selekmetova, as a lefty, she has good automatic weapons with the wide serve, with the forehand. And that's a lovely build, incorporating the slice.
30 all.
Got herself set as much as it got Dodin responding.
Out. 40-30. Game, Selekmetova.
Bit of a scoreboard freeze here, but no freeze under pressure from Oksana Selekmetova. From love 30 to the opening holds in this second set, keeping on the front foot. Mentally, she set a standard. Easy to forget that she had the break point chances at the crux moments of that first set. Inches from serving forward at 5-all, 30-40, and might just have helped to deal with that in terms of how that point was saved by Dodin. Imperious pillar to post.
Love 15.
It's not a nice matchup, this, for Dodin.
Love 30.
And it's been an uncomfortable last 5 minutes on court. On 2 separate occasions, she's had her hopes risen and dashed. Inches away in the tiebreak, and then love 30 first game. Felt more like a break than a hold for Seligmetova. It's got to be that good in response.
15-30. That's you.
What a scorcher.
40-30.
And what a champion's mentality. What really sits with Dodin here is complete conviction as to her identity as a player. She's 27 years old, started coming through in her teens. It's been a long career to date.
That's game. Dora.
And she gives Seligmetova a taste of her
One
own
game
medicine. That's the level up.
That's love 15. All.
Oh, that is some reach. It's a little dangerous giving Seligmetova the target with the forehand, but she was almost forced into it, Dodin, because of the short mid-court slice that had her getting down to the ball, dragged her up to the net.
That's you. 30-40.
Again, it's total commitment to the right course of action, straight on the baseline from Dodin. That is utterly imperious.
That's game, Dodin.
And is able to rush
New
the
balls,
forehands
please.
on this occasion. A smattering of second serves, not
Dodin leads 2
helping
games
out
to
the
1.
21-year-old there. And Dodin present to penalise. That is the mentality that has her currently in the world's top 100. Former world number 46, Ocean Dodin, down a set, but up a break here on the Demos People Arena.
Time.
Break has to be backed up. If any weapon can accomplish that, it's the serve of 6-foot-tall Ocean Dodin.
That's love 15. Love 30.
It does tend to be where she gets caught out, that mid-court. It's very awkward at her height. And she pulls out of this. I mean, it's great feel. If Dodin does not get straight in at that forehand, it goes from being vulnerable to being a weapon instantaneously.
Out.
See, that's the difference.
15-40.
Fraction extra length of shot.
$30-40. Deuce. Advantage Selekmetova.
Seems a little crazy to go for that much on such a good incoming ball. I mean, yeah, I can't get my head around that.
Game, Selekmetova.
Yeah, when she's locked in the offensive, Zoltan, it's tough to quickly adjust to that defensive mindset, and she was forced into it, that defensive position, by the depth of shot from Selekmetova. That.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think when she's locked into that attacking mindset at the start of the point, it's difficult for her to get out of it. And we saw that there with the backhand at Juice, just giving away another break point.
Class response again from this 21-year-old. You talked about it earlier, Alex, being a bit copycat. Well, we had no breaks of serve up until that moment, and then the first breaks came in back-to-back games. They were just keeping pace throughout.
Maybe quietly, Selekmetova is looking up to Dodin as someone she aspires to be like.
Out. 15-0. $30-15.
Yeah, for me, it's the side to target, and I think she's doing that quite well. She got a lot of success in the first set by going into that forehand.
I think just getting some assistance to one of the ball kids. Oh, it's been a long day here. They've been doing an absolutely brilliant job. But this quarterfinal day, we've had some long matches as well, and long games within those matches. So there are certain points where they will change over the teams. It's not been the same team on the entire day.
Yeah, it's been a brutal day.
Now this is a nice move from Oksana to offer some water. And 5:20 local time now. We kicked off for the day at 10:30. Credit to the team for dealing with that quickly.
That's 40-15. game, Selekmetova.
Rock solid in the face of that little interruption, and
Selekmetova leads 3 games to 2.
Full body energy once again. It's really impressive how she's maintaining that vibrance here on Demos People Arena, and it's done her some favors because that's back-to-back games to get herself out in front once more in this final quarter-final of the day. Heather Watson, Simona Volta, and Sonny Cartel already into tomorrow's singles semi-finals. All right, Alex, you know Sonny very well. You've known her for a long time. Would she have a preference in terms of which of these two players comes through?
I'm not sure of Sonny's record against lefties. If she was to have a good record, I'd say, yeah, go for the lefty, why not? And so far, that's looking like the way it's probably going to go. But I would actually say, you know, she wouldn't mind playing Dodin too, because Dodin is going to hit unforced errors. Yes, she's going to hit winners, but with that comes unforced errors. And Sonny can break her down, and I think she would eventually break Dodin down. Sorry, that doesn't really answer your question, does it?
No, you're saying that she'd walk into both matches with equal confidence,
Yeah.
which is a valid response for someone who's won 27 of her last 30 matches.
Love 15. Love 30.
Okay, well, we've been here before. And on neither occasion in this set did a love 30 advantage turn into a break prior to the last game. First game, second game were both recoveries from this position, but not with so many second serves. I mean, it came in with the force of a first, really.
15-30.
She loves that shot. That backhand where she's created a bit of space, either with the previous forehand or with the serve on that occasion. And it's just such a sweet stroke.
That's you. (40-30).
I felt like she was a little slow to come into the net there. She's hitting that volley behind the service line. But she seemed very happy to do so.
Deuce.
she's done that pretty well, Dordan, all day, and that she sprinkled it in. It doesn't have to be the most acute drop shot here, because Selekmetova is leaning off in the other direction, stranded behind the baseline, and Dordan with her frame is just ready to finish things off.
Yeah, understandably, Selekmetova is getting ready to retreat, given the power that Dordan hits with. So it just creates that extra space for Dordan to hit the drop shot into.
I don't know, Alex, how often Selekmetova was slicing in the first set. It's cropped up fairly regularly in the second when she's seen the opportunity.
Yeah, she went for it here and there. Not crazy amounts, but enough to sort of annoy Dordan with it. Return.
Advantage, Selekmetova.
I love that return, going big back down the middle. Dordan doesn't even have the angle for the backhand that she loves. Even if that goes over, Selekmetova is still on top.
That's deuce.
Timely, because that brilliant return was executed off the back of a second serve, and there has been a sprinkling of them recently from Dordan coming through clutch.
Advantage, Selekmetova.
Yeah, that's the sort of point where I think the slice has been utilized so effectively, because when Selekmetova slices it, it slows down the next ball from Dordan, because often she's slicing back. Then Selekmetova has a little more time to try and dictate.
Putting a reach to use.
Deuce.
Yeah, not easy to pass Dordan, given the reach.
Advantage, Dordan. Game, Dordan.
That is quite the survival from Dordan. I say double break point, but two individual break points saved.
3 games all.
And 3 juices survived, which I believe levels that as the longest game of the match so far. puts Seligmetova back at square one. So for all her positive work out here, she's still being kept on level pegging.
No, 15 love.
It's interesting though to me, Alex, on the stat sheet, Dodin does not have a positive record against left-handers at tour level.
Yeah, it doesn't
15 all.
surprise me too much, because I feel that left-handers do have that ability to get the ball up and over a little bit more, a little bit like we were talking with Sonne Kartau earlier. You know, a little bit like Rafa, obviously, getting that ball really up high. We know how much Dodin likes it in the strike zone, sort of around her hip height.
15-30.
And I've seen Seligmetova shadow it a few times, saying, "Get that height, get wrist over ball." So she is making a conscious effort to do that.
Yeah, just the
15,
length of the
40.
previous game. It felt like something for Dodin to use. And Seligmetova, with how she's handled herself out here, with the way she edged the first set, must feel like she's getting close, so close to that finish line. And yet it's still so far away. 2 chances to get out in front.
30-40. Let's for serve. Game, Dodin.
There it is, piercing through the sideline. The
Dodin
money
leads 4 games to
backhand
3.
of Ocean Dodin. And she's walking with shoulders up to this sit down, having used her big weapons to navigate some of the toughest moments of this clash so far. It's the French woman, the former champion, with the 4-3 advantage.
Time.
Well, she has led by a break already in this set, Dodin, but was broken back immediately. So there's still history and a good attitude to date on the side of Seligmetova. Absolute cannon of a forehand.
15 love.
It's the backhand that's so often blistering, but that forehand taken out in front with such fluidity, lethal.
$15 all. 30-15.
Only set she's dropped this week was a second set. Selikmetova in her opener against the number 7 seed.
40-15.
Fellow 21-year-old Elsa Giacomo, also of France. Ultimately a 6-3, 3-6, 6-4 result for the world number 184.
Out. 40-30.
I mean, it's what it's all about in this matchup, isn't it? Asking that final question, she might just overpress. Had done all the hard work.
Yeah, and it's so important for
Deuce.
Selikmetova just to stay present, as we've said so often, because Doda is someone who's going to give you chances. She might go 40 love up in a game and hit 3 winners, and you still have a chance of getting back into that game because you know she has the odd miss in her. Just like that forehand drive volley a couple of points ago.
Let's second serve. Advantage.
I mean, I liked the forehand down the line. It had some good height on it. I don't mind that slice, just don't miss it. It's not a shot where it's a risk. It should be a leveler.
That's game. Doda.
But Dotan using her stature at the back end of that game.
Doda leads 5 games to 3.
And against the odds for a moment. And for the first time in this match, either way, it's a break of serve backed up. The number 2 seed on the brink of taking us the distance. We've spoken about how good the energy has been for Selikmetova. This is going to be the real test of that, because this is the first time in the entire match, an hour and 40 minutes ongoing, that she's been down properly. Yeah, it was the right shot, and it was so well set up.
15 love.
Yeah, that was the one to set up that final forehand, because that lefty forehand, she can start to push Doda out wide a little bit more on that backhand. I think she'll see some more success.
Fifteen all. 30-15.
Center of the dartboard, corner of the box.
Yeah, look at how early Dodin moved on that volley. Read it like a book.
Let's Fisser. No, 40-30.
Yeah, she just anticipated that favourite lefty serve. Dodin was able to cut down the ball in its flight. No hesitation ever in taking on that backhand.
Yes, starting to become maybe a little predictable. Selekmetova on the serve.
I feel like that's such a fine line, because when you're in a high pressure situation, you want to go with what's comfortable for you and at least make the ball, make her play. And yeah, it really is a balance beam, isn't it? One that she might just topple off here. Selekmetova down break point, set point.
Yeah, just on that point of wanting to go for the percentages when it is tight. In this stage of the second set, when actually it is becoming a little predictable, if you start to change it up, if she does end up going to lose this set, then the next set she can go back into what is the percentage play.
Advantage, Selekmetova. That's game, Selekmetova.
Well, that's resilience from Selekmetova. And a well-produced holes that just about keeps her straight sets hopes alive out here. Set point saved in that game. And the pressure's back on Ocean Dodin in the next. The French woman will serve to take us the distance. And I just wonder, Alex, if that resilience that we've just seen, it has been developed on Selekmetova's side by everything she's combated over the past season or so, because she was starting to climb, break through, punch above when the injuries started to hit. She was world number 138 as, I believe, a teenager in 2022. Had some encouraging results at the back end of that same season. First WTA 250 quarterfinal as a qualifier. Then to open the 2023 season, she made back-to-back semi-finals at what is now W75 level, same as at the event in Glasgow will be next week. After that, just 4 more tournaments for the rest of the season. So to make up the ground that she has over the past year, even when you're sidelined, you can still learn lessons that are going to help you when you're back on court. It might benefit in the long run for a player who's still very young.
Yeah, I think also, you know, she was a very, very good junior too, and you know, she made semi-finals of both the French Open and US in the junior ranks. And then when you go onto the pro circuit, often you have a bit of a lull because it is a different level.
Odds.
So deep, that
15.
length of forehand generated. This lasso lefty coming into full effect.
That's 30-15.
Just putting that wing under enough pressure on the stretch, Dodin.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really
40,
matter
15.
what point the score is at. She will continue to go for those shots.
Knows her DNA, our 2-time former champion with 2 set points.
Game, second sets, Dodin.
Well, she doesn't mind doing it the hard way here in Shrewsbury this week, Oceane Dodin, and she
6
might
games to
just
4,
do
1
it
set all.
again. From a set down, she levels up for the 3rd successive match, and it will be a 1-set shootout to complete the semi-final lineup here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury. And can we all spare a thought for poor Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber, who've been at the club for hours waiting for their doubles match, and they've just left the balcony with their heads down because it's going to be another set before they can get out on court. It's almost 6 p.m. local time.
Yeah, I'm sure they are big fans of both players on court, but I have a feeling they might have been going for Selek Mateva in that set. Yeah, it's unfortunate for them, but yeah, one thing is for sure, that despite the long day, the level of tennis throughout has been tremendous, and so that's the reason why we've still got people out here watching and also waiting for the young prospects to come on for the doubles.
Yeah, it's been great support today, right from the off. Heather Watson is a big name. She was first onto court, and yeah, the energy's been present. Had a school group in. The tournament does so well with that, making an event out of this, the biggest tournament for women's tennis in the UK outside of the grass court season. There's events in the marquee every single night, so it's high energy from start to finish. And Oksana Selek-Metseva, she's got to draw on her own energy and keep that up if she's to come through this encounter, because history might just come into play for Dodin in a match that's had very fine margins. She was laughing last year about her record here. She feels comfortable on these courts, and I'm sure that's helping her when she's a set down and under pressure this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I said at the start of this match that Selek Mateva is pretty versatile. Like, she can do well on every surface, and I feel like, just looking on the other side of the court at Dodin, she may be French, but I think she favours the hard courts of the UK as opposed to the clay courts of Paris. I think she'll really be liking the way the courts are playing this week, and she'll be hoping for not only a quick court in this 3rd set, but some quick service games too.
a nice point that you draw out, Alex, because so often with players from the same country, you see a similarity in game style because they train together, they come through together, and Dodin is so different to your average makeup of a French player. You kind of know the French for their flair and the slice and the endurance in the rallies, and Dodin just wants to rip the skin off that ball every single time. No wonder that both players have just taken a breather for the time being, so we'll await both of them to get back on court so we can kick off this deciding set.
Time. Final sets. Selichmetova to serve.
So the final set of singles play about to be contested on quarterfinals day.
Oh, 15 love. Fifteen. Come on. 30-15.
Abigail, do you feel that now we're tied in a third set, do you feel that that will mean the points will start to get shorter because the fitness will play a factor? Dodin will start to feel like she doesn't want to get tied into these long rallies.
Out. 40-15.
I'm not sure. I feel like actually as the second set progressed, Selichmetova started sliding in the slice a bit more to build the points. So I think that she could lean more in that direction if it goes beyond. I mean, the two of them want to put their foot down on the serve, that's no question. But I feel like she has that option.
40-30.
Yeah, I agree. I think the longer the points go, the more it goes in Selichmetova's favour. Be interesting to see if she can utilise the slice to lengthen out these rallies, slow them down a little bit.
Deuce. Advantage, Selekhmetova. Deuce.
I mean, it's no wonder starting to see a few misses creeping in that I think personally is just a little bit of discipline.
Let's first serve. Advantage, Doda.
It's crisp. There felt like there was potential for Selekhmetova to get it done in straights, really, considering how Dodin went down to Banks last year. But the moment it went to a third, I think the comfort factor for Dodin on this court is actually
Game, Doda.
one of the things to look out for. And
yeah, frustration, huh?
Yeah.
First game,
Big,
final set.
because it's the first game, and both of them sense the importance of that first game, particularly with how Dodin lifted her level at the back end of the second. And I've got a feel for Selekhmetova because she's played some great tennis. But we did ask the question, how long could she maintain that great persona that we were seeing, and this understandable agitation on display that's going to make Dodin, if she can back up this break, even more positive about her own chances. And that's the if that has to be magnified right now. This is still a big game for her long-term future in this match.
Love. Love. And noteworthy that Dodin's gone pretty quiet all of a sudden. She wasn't immune to a mutter earlier in the match. 40 love.
All the noise coming from the other end of the court, and not so positively right now.
Yeah, she seems to have passed over that slightly negative energy to the other side of the court. Exquisite touch to finish
New
it.
balls, please.
Yeah, she's used that shot nicely. She's not always executed it to the heights that she can. That was the perfect combination. to make Seligmetova now feel the weight of the task at hand. Early in the third set, but there's no question that she's going to have to up her level if this match is going to turn around. Dodin's giving nothing at this point.
It seems to me that this is now at the point in the match where it's the most difficult task for Seligmetova.
I don't think before that moment I'd seen Dodin chat to her coach and throw out a fist bump. It's good signs. It's good signs for the French side for now.
No! 15 low. Tino. Yes. 15-30. That's you.
Yeah, just opening up the court, dissecting
40-30.
the other end.
That's for some. Game. Seligmetova.
Yeah, and so she just gets herself on the scoreboard and is just there. Dodin is still thinking that there's at least some pressure. Seligmetova is really important. He got that game.
Yeah, I'm not writing her off at all. This was, I mean, look, we've had some great matches today. This was the most 50-50 on paper, potentially, for me, just with how well Seligmetova has come back and the match confidence she's got this year. On the other side, you've got Dodin with her rich history at this club. I mean, it was 10 years ago that she won her first title. There's a lot that balances out. I think I would still lean Dodin because of that experience aspects and because of how well the way she wants to play matches up to these conditions. That said, it's very early to break at the first opportunity and have a high-risk game style like hers and sustain that to the finish line once your opponent's on the board.
Time.
If she got a double break, I mean, you only have to look back at her last match. She won the last two sets 1-1. This time, Seligmetova, she's been closer and she's got the form to stick around and see if she can get a few misfires on that third ball from Dodin's side. That's where it tends to go awry when she has a third ground stroke to take on.
15 love.
There's always that air of nervousness when you do break early and you're the server, or at least watching the server from where we're standing. It's a little bit like, you know, you go up an early goal in a football match and you've got 90 minutes to try and hold on to it. It's similar here. She's got at least 20 or so minutes to try and hold on to that break.
$30-15.
She's going to have so much discipline, I feel, Selekmateva, if she's going to have to get that break, though. Wow, that is really nice to see. Just not one slice, but two. I like that patience.
Yeah, we talked about that point extension and the pivotal nature of it for Selekmateva coming into this final set. And that's where she works her way back into this match, there's no question.
And it seems that it didn't take long for chances to arrive for Selekmateva to break back.
That's
just incredible to me. That she's gone basically bigger on the second than she had on the first. Thoughts on that decision making?
That is a long way to go if you're going for that kind of margin. And that's why there was the question mark when she didn't get the double break. It can swing so quickly when you possess her game style that can overwhelm, but is also always going to give you openings here and there. And credit to Selekmateva because the positive body language was back in the house in that game.
Yeah, just relentless again. I mean, it's just so tough to know how she's going to turn up in each game. Stunning. Yeah, I love it.
That's a Selekmateva point.
15.
I think that that's starting to become a very clear differential now, that the types of points that these two are winning. First set, it was more of a 50-50, both having looks. And now, the moment you go beyond the 3-4 shot mark, it's all about this woman.
$30-15.
look how regularly we're seeing the slice now and how quickly she slotted it in there. It was not a first ball option for her earlier in the match. She's adjusting to the times.
That's 14-15.
Yeah, why not use it early on in the rally if it's drawing errors? Might as well use it sooner rather than later.
Game, Selekmetova.
It's really, really strong stuff. The breakdown going into those two games, and she's back into the changeover in the lead. Selekmetova back in front in this final set on quarterfinals day.
Time. Love 15.
Such a sweet strike.
15 all.
Look at the shoulder rotation on this. Oh. Yeah. You could tell Selekmetova
15-13.
really early to jump onto that drop shot from Dodin. It's the first really that she's been able to get onto and read.
That's 15-14.
Yeah, it's a very, very clever defensive slice. Chances now to get herself clear of Dodin.
30-40.
Yeah, Selek Mateva outwardly annoyed to hit that unforced. Got to be so disciplined here.
Deuce. Advantage, Dora.
Just missing her mark a couple of times in that game. And chances for Selek Mateva come and go.
3 games all.
15-40 in that game. Unable to make it 2 breaks in a row. Oh, how good were those chances? She had it on her racket too. Doda finds a way though.
Love 15. Love 30.
Back with Alex now. Abigail Johnson back in the house. She went to get a coffee. I'm going to expose myself, but how often do we see this when breakpoint chances come and go and the presence on the return is immediate?
All too often.
Nice. 15-30.
We've spoken a lot about the challenge that Dozan's firepower brings, but I also think the ebbs and flows make her a really tricky mental task for the opponents, particularly when the match extends, because you've got to be so ready, you don't always know what's coming.
Yeah, 1 minute you could be absolutely fine to just make balls, big margins, because Doda would be missing. The next game, Doda could be hitting winners off those, so all of a sudden you need to impose more pressure. It's really difficult.
Lovely.
3 all, 30 all. Found that wide serve a little more unpredictable, that serve too. Never stopped moving her feet.
Let's for serve. Game, Selekmetova.
There it is then. We're back on serve. Thanks to the previous break from Dodan, but Selekmetova out back in front. 4-3, she leads.
Final set, final quarter final, and is it the final straight? I'm just looking at the stats, Alex, and there's actually, in this third set alone, a big differential that could come into play right now. Selekmetova, having seen her way through that hold, she's serving 40% more second serves in the box than Dodan. And Dodan's still winning the vast majority of her first serve points because she is going so much, for so much, it's so effective, but she's not been making enough of them recently. And now the scoreboard's on her back because she's serving second, so it only takes one slip for that to absolutely penalize her out here.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, we were saying how
Time.
Dodan, you know, if the slip-ups happen early on in the set, she's got some time to recover, but now a slip-up happens, really there is no time to play with because Selekmetova is there waiting. Yeah, crucial stages now of this match.
Love 15.
The perfect start for Selekmetova. She hasn't even had to hit a tennis ball. I just think, as I said earlier, if you go for the slice, it's a good decision, but you have to make it.
You can almost hear her telling herself, love 15, second serve, slice on the racket. And that's why, Alex, this is still so hard to call. There are stats on that sheet that are really leaning towards the 21-year-old right now. And yet Dodan doesn't always abide by those rules.
She
gives no rhythm. She's very tough to predict, actually.
Game.
And suddenly, massive first serves that were MIA at the beginning of that game.
Yeah.
4 games all.
Yeah, it's funny. I feel like, you know, if there was a junior sitting next to me, I'd say one thing to take from this match is their ability to sort of forget the scoreline and continue with their game. But at the same time, I do feel like when it gets to the tighter situations, you want the juniors to adapt to that. But it's something that I don't think these players are adapting to too well in this match.
I will also point as well to the length of the match. We're nearly at 2.5 hours. It was a long wait for the players to actually get on court. I wouldn't think either is mentally at their sharpest at this point.
Yeah, could be playing a factor for sure.
15
Another
all.
missed slice.
Fifteen 30.
So well built.
15-40.
Now here she comes. Hey, it's that reach again at 6 foot, and she's got great levers and
It's
an
not-
open court.
It's not technically the best drop shot, but she uses it at such good times.
None more than this double break point.
Game, Dodan.
Yeah, and
Dodan leads
crucial
5 games to
stages, and
4.
it is Selekmeteva to falter. And as much as we were saying how Doda had no time for errors, it's actually Selekmeteva who does make that error in the final game, and it's Doda who will come back out and serve for this match.
I think there was a lot of damage actually done in the hold for 4-all, just the fluctuating nature of that, and Selekmeteva then steps up to the baseline, almost not sure what her game plan is anymore. Nothing really to fall back on if she's missing the first serve. The slice has been getting away from her, and that's usually a stabilizing shot, and has been for her at times in this match. She just loves a marathon this week, Ocean Dodan, and she might just win another. She's on the break.
Time. No. 15 left.
Utterly massive to get the first point with the twists and turns of this encounter to date. Yeah, you can just hear the racket slapping on the heels of Selekmeteva. Understandable agitation.
There it is again. Osia Doda is getting things right when it
30 love.
matters towards the end of this match. It's really good decision making. And again, using that drop shot really, really cleverly. Superb. So good. And Ocean Dodan has stuck to her game, as she always does. a real lesson in sticking to your strengths. Such great belief in her game. She's got 3 set points to book her place in another semi-final here in Shrewsbury.
Set a match, stood on. 2 sets to 1. 6-7, 6-4, 6-4.
Ocean Dodin reaches
another incredible contest here at the W100 Shrewsbury. Please keep the applause going for Oksana Selegnetova and your winner, Ocean Dodin.
Two-time former champion here in Shropshire. Makes it 2 consecutive
semi-finals lineup complete in the singles. It's been quite the day of tennis. There's still more to come. Another doubles match to take to court, featuring 2 of our Brits, Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber. So hope you can stay and support them. But this woman who's played a part in this match has climbed over 700 ranking spots this year. More appreciation, please, for Oksana Selegnetova.
Yeah, credit.
A pleasure to have her here in Shrewsbury. Great fight.
She came so close, and in many parts of that encounter, really
when
looks
she's
like
ready,
the one who is
Ocean,
going to progress.
Can we have a chat?
To the semis.
Give her a few moments to catch her breath.
Let's hear the thoughts of Ocean Dodin speaking.
My
with
word,
Abigail.
Ocean, you like a long one in Shrewsbury this week. 3 wins from a set down. What did it take to come through today?
It took 2 hours, 30 minutes. No, I mean, she was playing very well. I did not expect that. I mean, I know that she's playing well, but not that much, so it was very difficult for me. I was very tired, but I like it there. I want to make it through the final at least, so I'm just going to keep fighting on every match, and it's a really tough week for the moment.
We know you very well here. This marks 10 years since you first won a title here in Shrewsbury. A bit to catch up on since you made the semis here last year. You made your best Grand Slam run to the 4th round of the Australian Open. You played Olympic champion Zhang Qinwen on Rod Laver Arena. For those of us who've never experienced that, what's it like to play at these biggest tournaments on those biggest stages?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we play for this type of match, for the Grand Slam, and I like the Australian Open, so I was very happy, and it's like crazy, the people, the atmosphere, and I mean, yes, I was very happy with my result. Of course, I lost, but it was a great experience for me.
Yeah, it was great to see, and great to see you performing still here in Shrewsbury. Tomorrow, the semis. You're against a Brit, you're against Sonny Cartel. Do you think you'll have any fans? What does preparation look like for that?
Yeah, I know it's going to be a very tough match, because she's playing home, but I hope some people are going to applaud me too, but we will see. But I like it, the people here. It's very fair play, even when you play an English girl, so it's always a pleasure to play there.
Well, we have to respect your level. 2 hours and 30 minutes of class from Ocean Dodin into the semi-finals of the W100 Shrewsbury. So we'll see Ocean tomorrow. What time is it? I think it's about 20 to 7 local time, and we have 4 women at the venue who've been waiting all day to play their semi-final in the doubles. So I hope some of you can stick around and support 2 of our best rising stars, Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber, on court very shortly. One last applause for Ocean Dodin. We'll see her tomorrow, and we'll see the players for the next match on court very shortly.
Yes, so a semi-finalist of 2023 is back into the semi-finals this year in 2024, 12 months later. What a cracking match that was. Could not have been tougher to predict. Myself and Abigail up in the commentary box just simply had no clue who was going to get over the line in that one, but fair play to Ocean Dodin, sticking to her guns and ultimately proving too strong for Oksana Selekmeteva. So Ocean Dodan, the second seed, through to face Sonne Cartel, home favourite here in Shrewsbury. So the semi-final lineup is complete. It'll be Heather Watson to take on Simona Voltert and Sonne Cartel to take on our final quarter-final winner, Ocean Dodan, in tomorrow's semi-finals. But do not leave us yet. We have a cracking women's doubles semi-final to come right up in just a few minutes' time. It's Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber taking on Marina Melnikova and Leanne Tran. Alex Hyman here, Abigail Johnson will be back in the booth in a couple minutes' time. See you in a few moments.
Oh, great to see so many of you sticking around. It's been a long day. The semi-final lineup is sealed in the singles draw here at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury. But we have the first of the double semi-finals coming up for you now. So first and foremost, can you please welcome our match officials back onto court? And they've been working so hard all week. Please show your appreciation for our ball crew for this match. And now for the players. First up, they've made the semi-finals here in Shrewsbury on their team debut. Would you please welcome Marina Melnikova and Leanne Tran. And still in their teens, they are two of the brightest rising stars for tennis in this country. From Great Britain, please welcome Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber. So I'll now leave you with our chair umpire for this final match of the day. That's Ben Anderson.
3 minutes.
Two minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the semi-final match of the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury will consist of 2 tiebreak sets played with no ad scoring and a match tiebreak at 1 set all. Klugman, Stoiber won the toss and chose to serve.
So one last time today, it is match time on the Demos People Arena at the Lexus W100 Shrewsbury. The singles semi-finals are set. Heather Watson to take on Simona Voltard and Sonny Cartel tasked with 2-time former champion Ocean Dordain. But who will be the first team into the doubles final? Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber, 2 of the brightest teens on the British scene, have joined forces effectively this week so far. And if they're to make it to the ultimate showdown, they'll have to topple Marina Milnikova and Leanne Tran, who are a little further along the road in their playing careers. Fresh to the partnership, this their first time as a team, their first time in a semi-final.
30 seconds.
And Stoiber and Klugman, although not regular doubles partners, very familiar in each other's companies as 2 of the rising forces on the British scene. Got to give credit to all 4 of these players. It has been a lengthy day of waiting, a 2.5-hour victory for Ocean Dordain just now, so a lot of uncertainty about when these teams would touch down on court, but we're ready to go for the 5th and final time on the Demos People Arena. Marina Milnikova and Leanne Tran to take on Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber, winners to take on whoever comes through tomorrow's semi-final between the top seeds Maya Lumsden and Francisca George, and the all-British pairing of Mimi Zhu and Millie Rajecki. So Abigail Johnson and
First
Alex
set,
Hyman
Rana
with
Stoiber
you
to
once
serve.
again, and it's Rana Stoiber who will be getting us
Ready,
underway.
play. Out. 15 love. $15-all. Led for service.
It was only a handful of nights ago,
30,
Alex, that
15.
Stoiber and Klugman really impressed on this court in their opening match against two fairly experienced players in the Swiss duo of Valentina Risa and Connie Perrin, recently a top 100 competitor.
Very nice indeed.
40,
I mean,
15.
yeah, I think that performance showed that despite not being an established doubles pairing, they're able to take out pairings that have played together before, and they're on the women's circuit, you know, so that'll give them some confidence going into this one.
Game, Klugman, Stoiber.
And she was a shining star on serve, Stoiber, in that match. Seems to be ongoing for the 19-year-olds. They had an abrupt finish to their quarter-final match against the number 2 seeds. They played the most part of the first set before a retirement saw them get through 5 games to 4 with a premature ending. But hopefully it means they have the energy to survive a late night in Shrewsbury against two experienced competitors. Leanne Tran in her early 20s, but Marina Melnikova, she's been around for some time, the 35-year-old.
Marina Melnikova to serve.
Formerly top 200 in the singles rankings. That's a nice snatch from a neutral
15
position.
love.
Yeah, Klugman just getting done in the trans there, but it's fine. I mean, she's taken the middle of the court and asserted her authority in the forecourt, so I don't think she'll be too disappointed with that.
15 all. Thank you. $15.30.
She's won a doubles title this year, Melnikova, actually with a former runner-up here at the Shrewsbury Club, Leslie Kirkova. They teamed up to W50 Glory. That was a 16th pro doubles title for Melnikova. That's the experience level.
$30 all.
And the double skills are going to be tested against the nerveless big hitters.
Yeah, I think just looking into that final shot, slight lack of experience on the doubles court maybe when your opponents are both at the net, one of you's back in Klugman. So important to make them play.
Out. 30-40.
Just noted how far wide Melnikova was standing on that serve. Way out in the tram lines.
Double break point here.
Game.
So ready as Stoiber. Versatile hands.
Stoiber lead by 2 games to love.
And they made her a tricky opponent in the forecourt right off the bat. So that's the early break for the all-British pairing. Potential for it to be an all-British final, although Millie Rajecki and Mimi Zhu will have their work cut out against top seeds Francisca George and Maya Lumsden tomorrow. Harriet Dart, defending champion in this event, alongside Olivia Gadecki.
15 love.
And that actually shows the springboard events like this can be, Alex, because Harriet and Liv both occupied in WCA territory at the moment. Gadecki reaching her first 500 level final last month.
For service. Drop the ball at the back. Let's for service. Out.
Oh, so unfortunate. Such a good move.
15-0.
Hands on the first to be able to find a way back, having almost been targeted there, and yeah, great doubles mind to look to poach that next one. Unfortunately, not quite able to find the volley.
Out. 30-15. Out. 30-0.
Not quite. Maybe Mimi Zhu inspired. I think these two watched a fair bit of that fiery first set contest between Zhu and Cartel, where Mimi landed the shot of the tournament, lob on the baseline.
Yeah, was that the standout shot for you in the end? I mean, there were so many to pick from, wasn't there?
It was a ridiculous highlights reel, but that, just the build of the point to that finish, unbelievable. Oh, they have the gears, these two. Laughing at their own level.
40-30.
Yes, you know it's good when you just laugh after.
Game, Glugman, Stoiber.
So there it is, 3 games played, 3 games won. Tricky situation for both teams after a long day at the office waiting to get on court, but the teenagers handling it impeccably for the time being.
Just looking at the other part of the draw with the likes of Lumsden, Rajecki in there, how much do you think that being part of a team, the likes of Lumsden being part of British uni tennis and Rajecki in America, how much do you think that helps them improve their doubles?
Yeah, it's nice to have that background.
Love 15.
I think playing for someone other than yourself, getting to grips with the emotional aspects of that and the mental side of things, getting a feel for the energy that's required. I mean, I think it was a bigger deal on the team front maybe for Rajecki, going out and doing it in the States and being involved in the NCAAs and such a profile competition. This is just silly good, some of the stuff that's coming from these two.
Love 30.
Really flowing. And volley measured to perfection from Stoiber to set up the couple of volleys to finish. But yeah, also the GB unis becoming more of a foundation. And I know that Maya, when she was at Sterling, did compete in the World Uni Championships.
Yeah, I mean, another player of that in Lumsden's sort of era was Gabriella Knutson, who's doing some really good stuff on the tour now.
First Grand Slam appearances for her this season. She was right here in Shrewsbury last year, Knutson. This is happening quickly for the Brits. Just relentless from the Klugman-Stoiber pairing.
Stoiber lead by 4 games to love.
Milnikova and Tren here courtesy of a victory over an all-British pairing. The number 4 seeds, Alicia Barnett and Maddie Brooks yesterday. That was 10-8 in the match tiebreak. So they started that strong and finished off well. Backhand.
Barely won by Milnikova and Tran, or do you think it was Barnett's and Brooks for the taking?
I'm not going to comment too much. They started well. It was a 5-0 lead, and in that 10-point match tiebreak, it gives you a platform to work with for sure. Biggest thing to say is happy birthday, Lissy Barnett, 31 today. I think they must have booked a table for dinner, these two, because they are on a mission out here tonight, and they want to make that reservation. 5 games played, 5 games won, and with this run of momentum, they'll fancy their chances of breaking through.
It's the Thai restaurants that are getting a bit of a workout, aren't they, in Shrewsbury this week, from what I've heard?
Major shout-outs. Got one from Simona Volta on court earlier on, set her up for the win in under an hour earlier in the singles quarterfinals against Daria Snigo, the number 6 seed. I actually saw her outside afterwards, told her I think the best I've ever seen her play just in terms of the sustained level. She'd only dropped 4 points on serve going into the final game, left that match unbroken. a long day for these guys as well. The coaching camp for Klugman and Stoiber watching on. You think about the players, but I mean, the coaches have to be there, be engaged at the sidelines. And I think something that the players realize when they do a bit of a stint on co-commentary, which Hannah actually did briefly last year, that the focus that's required for a length of time is tiring in a different way. We're all putting the shift in out here.
Absolutely.
Well, it was Melnikova that started serving for this team at the beginning of proceedings, so this might be their favored combination with the former top 200 player at the back and Tran looking to finish off in the forecourt. Something they really progressed with in their first round match against Perrin and Risa was that forward movement. Klugman and Stoiber, once they put their foot down in a rally, it wasn't coming up.
One thing that stood out for me is they've been so clinical, hardly missed a volley.
Yeah, Klugman, we've spoken about it often. She's such a stable player, great athlete, good stature for her youth, and Stoiber literally can't put her foot wrong in the forecourt right now. And so the question for Melnikova and Tran is, where do they even go? Double set point. That is about as flawless a set of tennis as you will come across at the W100 Shrewsbury this week. Clinical from the teenage combination of Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber, and Leanne Tran and Marina Melnikova might be left with a bit of whiplash from that one. Youthful energy and well-disciplined skills coming to the fore for a 6-love opening set. Okay, so Melnikova, she's 13 years the senior. She's got all the playing experience, Alex. What's she saying here in terms of strategy?
Well, I think for me, what I've seen so far, and unfortunately I'm not the best lip reader, so I don't know, but I think she'd be saying we need to be a bit more, like, if we're going to go, we must go. We can't be tentative and half go, because then there's just no chance you're going to be able to really commit. So I think commitment is one word I think she'd be using for Tran. I think they've had opportunities where they can go and poach, but yeah, they've sort of just been half going and then not quite been committing enough and haven't been able to quite capture the volley. And then Klugman and Stoiber have been the ones able to do that. So I think just commit more. Simple as that, really.
Well, this is not going to be a pleasant sight. Ronna Stoibert serving first, and she has been clinical in that department.
Because they are sweeping so much in the forecourt, they're just bombarding Melnikova and Tran. Potentially think it's worth popping up a few returns.
It just feels so within the British pairing right now, such a sustainable level. They've got all the confidence on their side. They're in tune with each other, and it's probably a good time to be reminded that it is a debut partnership for Melnikova and Tran. They've done really well with how they've navigated their respective matches this week, but you know, these two are so incredibly comfortable with each other, and that's, I mean, they've spent the majority of the day together. It off-court transitions into the on-court situation as well. Melnikova and Tran fighting through their 2 victories in 3 sets, and it's going to have to be another situation of the same if they're to make it into the final.
Just think they've got to find some energy from somewhere, because they're missing some easier shots now and just need to get themselves going a little bit. So many errors.
Yeah, she's made it. It was a good move. You saw her get over there early,
Yeah.
Melnikova.
Yeah, great intentions, and pays off.
How much of this, Alex, do you reckon is just the pace of the match? We're at 25 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when it is going that quickly. It's yeah, if things keep on going this quickly, the tougher it gets for Melnikova and Tran to find a way of shifting things.
I mean, these two are so loose, as they should be with the form they've been able to come through with from the starting blocks. And when you look over the net and you see that and how relaxed they are, it's just even more to deal with.
yeah. As much as I think Melnikova and Tran can make some better decisions at the net, Klugerman and Stoiber are playing extremely well. They haven't made an incorrect decision, I don't think, yet.
It was a crushing weapon on the singles court last year for Klugman. Made the quarterfinals as a qualifier, pushed Ocean Dodin all the way. Very unfortunate with her first round draw of Sonic Hotel this year. This is actually verging on cruel from the British pair.
Yeah, there's no way around them.
Salt into the wounds, the length of that rally, and the way it amounted to nothing for the Melnikova-Tran pairing. All right, 9 games played, 9 games won. And they've just got to be careful they don't start thinking about the dinner order, these two, because they've got to focus to the finish line to wrap it up. They're the hot favorites to do so right now. Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber with the break backed up in this second set and less than half an hour on the clock.
Yeah, I do think that, you know, for Stoiber and Klugman, they feel so comfortable here. It's close to home. For the other two, it's, you know, late nights in an unfamiliar place. They're not so used to these conditions. Yeah, I feel for them because it's not easy. You know, you don't know anyone. It's tougher to feel relaxed, especially when you've travelled from afar. You know, it's tough.
Yeah, it's something that I think you can only truly, fully understand as a tennis player. It's such an isolated life a lot of the time. The vast majority of weeks in a season spent on the road with a schedule as well. You don't have off days if you want to perform at your best. Nicely done. This would be a settler. Tran able to just get involved that bit more in the forecourt in this game. And it's a slowing down of the process. I mean, we've just crossed the half-hour mark. A lot of the games have been one-sided. Bit more time to find the footing here. That's the accumulated pressure of the whole situation. I don't think she's missing that in an average match, Melnikova.
A must-win point, you feel?
And it does go their way. Appreciation from what OCR Dodin referred to as a very fair Shrewsbury crowd. They respect that it's been a trying day at the office and the effort required for Melnikova and Tran to stay in contention here. Good effort from the 35-year-old to set up that hold of serve. Step one of the journey. I mean, we've said it countless times, all it takes is a foothold, particularly in the doubles scoring format. If you can get in there quickly enough, I mean, if they're down a set and a double break here, it's pretty much game over. But just the one break. And Deuce deciding point. Gives them a crack of sunlight in this Stoiber service game, which is still very much weighted in the direction of the Brits. Keeping a handle on it. And considering the situation of having been stopped in their tracks when they were free-flowing, that is one of the more impressive games overall for these two, that they were able to maintain that mentality and that scoreboard advantage. 6-love, 4-1. Just want to shout out the DJ. It's been outrageous today, high level. Maybe it'll pump up the team here, fighting back. Oh, there you go. Maybe they are Maroon 5 fans.
I was just going to say, I was going to come out with an absolute corker of a line there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Alex.
I'm just going to say Maroon 5-star from the DJ.
Should have let you in.
Yeah, shocking.
I'll learn to hold my tongue. Oh, that is really tough on the baseline. Chan giving it a glance and then just accepting the precision. They've used this forecourt for the angles much better, the Melnikova-Tran pairing in recent times.
Yeah, for sure. They have been able to get more involved for sure in the last few games. What I do think is that just sometimes with the volleys, it doesn't stick enough through the court. It just allows the Brits to have a chance of getting it back. I just think they need to stick that volley a little bit more.
Just lost reaction time off the back of the depth of the return, and we know what Stoiber can do with the whip she gets on her ground strokes. Virtual match point. Unplayable length. Just a barrage of brilliance from Klugman and Stoiber. And just too good if they can maintain to the finish line, which they look set to do. It'll be Klugman serving for an emphatic triumph.
super sharp at the net and even ready for that final one, just to drop in from Tran. But the sharpness, the quality that the Brits have been able to put into display, just quality. Match points. One of the first that Stoiber on the poach has missed. What a performance it's been in the forecourt. Sudden death. That will do it. What a simply sublime performance from Rana Stoiber and Hannah.
A long day of tennis at the W100 Shrewsbury and a great performance just now. Keep the applause going for the runners-up in this match. And your winners, Hannah Klugman
just
and
incredible.
Rana Stoiber.
6-love, 6-1. And they look stunned by their performance.
Thank you so much for sticking around. It has been a long day at the office, and it wasn't easy for any of these players. So can we have one more show of appreciation?
They can play on a singles court, and they're now showing us on the doubles court.
4 seeds yesterday. That's Marina Milnikova and Leanne Tran. Have contributed to a great week here in Shrewsbury. But before they head off to whatever dinner reservations they have, I'm going to invite Hannah and Rana over here. We're going to have a little chat with them. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so let's hear from the young Brits, Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber, speaking with Abigail.
I mean, it must be a good dinner that you have waiting after that performance. You did not hang around. I'll make this easy. I'll come to Hannah first. What's the day been like, and what was the mindset going into that match tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long day for us. Just wanted to say thank you so much for staying to watch us. It means a lot. I know it's late, but we wanted to get the win as quick as we could, and I think we did well. But yeah, you know, it's our first time playing with each other, and I think we're doing pretty well. So let's see if we can go for more tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it will be Sunday. You'll get a nice day off. Rana, I know it's been a bit of a tricky few months for you with injury. How's the experience of this season been, and how do you feel about how you're playing right now?
Yeah, it's been a tough season for me, but I've just come into this tournament trying to enjoy myself as much as possible and do the best I can, and I'm really enjoying it, and I'm so glad we're in the final.
Well, we could see you having fun. I think we were having fun along with you. Hannah, semi-finals of the US Open for you in doubles last month. You're in the top 10 in the world, have been in the doubles. How important has it been for you to keep the singles and doubles play going in junior competition?
Yeah, I definitely think the doubles really helps my game in singles. I'm definitely a player who likes to come to the net, so, you know, getting as much time by the net really helps me, and obviously it's good fun. You know, it's something different. Singles can be quite lonely, so it's quite fun playing doubles, laughing on court, enjoying it, and see how we go.
Yeah, you've done great, and your reward is a day off tomorrow. On Sunday, you'll play either the top seeds or another all-British pairing. Millie Rajecki and your good friend Mimi Zhu are still in the mix. So, Rana, what does tomorrow and preparation for that match look like?
Well, yeah, a bit of training, probably watch a bit of the dubs, and actually maybe go around Shrewsbury, look at some things, yeah.
Maybe. We'll see. We have time, yeah.
Yeah, well, make the most of the opportunity. It's a lovely town. You get to stay in it a little longer. We'll see you in the final. One more time for Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber. Thank you so much for coming to support today. We're into finals weekend. We kick off on Demos People Arena tomorrow at midday with back-to-back the singles semi-finals. If you can't be in the building, you can find the streams for the matches tomorrow on the LTA YouTube channel, on Tennis Channel International and the ITF website. Heather Watson taking on Simona Volta and Sonny Cartel going head-to-head with Ocean Dodin before the final doubles semi-final takes to the stage. Thanks so much for coming and have a good rest of your evening and a safe journey home.
Well, luckily, Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber, they are remaining in Shrewsbury for just a couple more days. They will play Sunday's final. Against who, we will find out tomorrow. Amelia Rajecki and Mimi Zhu taking on the top seeds Maya Lumsden and Francisca George. That will decide who will play and decide the women's doubles final here at Shrewsbury. In terms of the singles, tomorrow it is semi-finals day. Commencing at midday local time, Simona Volta will take on Heather Watson for a spot in the final. That semi-final will be followed by in-form Sonny Cartel, the 3 seed here this week, recent WTA title winner, recent top 100 debutant. She'll be taking on Ocean Dodin, a 2-time former finalist here in Shrewsbury. Following the culmination of the semi-finals tomorrow, the second women's doubles semi will take place. That's the matchup between top seeds Georgia and Lumsden taking on Rajecki and Zhu. So that brings a close to today's play here in the Demos People Arena. Alex Hyman has been alongside Abigail Johnson throughout today. Thanks so much for joining us, and see you back very, very soon tomorrow for semi-finals day.